والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات سندخلهم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها أبدا، لهم فيها أزواج مطهرة وندخلهم ظلا ظليلا. إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها، وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل، إن الله نعم ما يعظكم به، إن الله كان سميعا بصيرا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم، فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله والرسول إن كنتم تؤمنون بالله واليوم الآخر، ذلك خير وأحسن تأويلا.
حضورنا الكريم، الآن مع كلمة سعادة مدير عام الخدمات المساندة بالهيئة الملكية بالجبيل المهندس عبد الله الحربي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على خاتم الأنبياء وسيد المرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية بالجبيل الدكتور مصلح بن حامد العتيبي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في ظل التواجه العالمي المتنامي نحو اقتصاد قائم على المعرفة والاتصال وترابط العمليات وتبادل المعلومات، لا تملك المنظمات العامة والخاصة للبقاء في هذا التنافس المحموم إلا أن تتبنى هذا التوجه من خلال التحول الرقمي والتوسع في الارتباط والتكامل مع مختلف الكيانات والأنظمة، واعتماد التقنيات الحديثة مثل إنترنت الأشياء Internet of Things والحوسبة السحابية Cloud Computing والبيانات الكبيرة Big Data وكل ما يستجد في هذا العالم المتسارع. ومع هذا التقدم تتزايد التحديات المتعلقة بأمن المعلومات، الأمر الذي يحتم على كافة المنظمات العامة والخاصة العمل على مواجهة هذه التحديات الأمنية المعلوماتية، والوعي بتأثير أمن المعلومات على استراتيجياتها واستدامتها على المدى الطويل، والإدراك التام لأهمية الاستثمار في الأساليب والطرق الدفاعية المتقدمة للتصدي للهجمات الإلكترونية الشرسة التي تواجهها كافة القطاعات المختلفة في المملكة، خصوصاً خلال هذه الفترة من عمليات اختراق ومحاولات تخريب. ويأتي هذا المؤتمر الذي تنظمه الهيئة الملكية بالجبيل انطلاقاً من مسؤوليتها تجاه مدنها الصناعية ودورها الرائد في تطوير المنظومة الصناعية، وبرعاية كريمة من سمو رئيس الهيئة الملكية للجبيل وينبع، لجمع مختلف القطاعات الصناعية والاقتصادية والحكومية والخبراء الدوليين والمتخصصين لمناقشة أحدث التطورات في هذا المجال الحيوي، خاصة ما يتعلق بالأنظمة الصناعية ونظم التحكم. ويسرني هنا نيابة عن زملائي في الهيئة الملكية للجبيل وينبع أن نرحب بضيوف هذا المؤتمر والمشاركين فيه، آملين أن يحقق المؤتمر أهدافه من خلال تبادل الخبرات ورفع الوعي المعرفي، وأن يسهم في الخروج بتوصيات تساعد بفاعلية في تحقيق المزيد من التقدم في مجال أمن وحماية المعلومات، وذلك استشعاراً من الهيئة الملكية بأن التقاء الخبرات والمعارف في مثل هذه المؤتمرات يساهم في الوصول إلى مساحة أرحب وأوسع من التقدم المعرفي الذي يلامس كل جوانب أمن المعلومات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حفلنا الكريم الآن مع كلمة المتحدث الرئيسي الدكتور باسل العمير. يشغل الدكتور باسل منصب مدير المركز الوطني لتقنية أمن المعلومات في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، وشارك الدكتور باسل في تأسيس مختبر أمن الشبكات في جامعة واشنطن سياتل، ويعمل كمستشار تشفير في العديد من الجهات، كما نال على العديد من الجوائز الدولية المرموقة في أمن وحماية المعلومات. حصل على شهادة البكالوريوس من جامعة الملك سعود، وحصل على الماجستير من جامعة ويسكونسن ماديسون، والدكتوراه من جامعة واشنطن سياتل. وقد نال بحثه في أمن المعلومات جائزة الأبحاث المميزة من جامعة واشنطن للعام 2011، كما حصل على جائزة الأطروحة المتميزة للعام 2012 من مركز تأمين المعلومات والأمن السيبراني في نفس الجامعة. وحصل كذلك الدكتور باسل في العام 2015 على جائزة في مجال أمن المعلومات نظير مساهمته في أنظمة التشفير الحديثة وكذلك رؤيته القيادية. ندعو الدكتور باسل العمير لإلقاء كلمته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أشكركم على الدعوة الكريمة والمساهمة في هذا المؤتمر اللي إن شاء الله يكون يكون الأول وليس الأخير، وإن شاء الله نتقابل أكثر من كذا كثير. Allow me to speak in English for the presentation because I see some people here who I think non-Arabic speaker. So, my name is Bassel Omer, and I'm going to talk today about how to protect our cyberspace. Is good now? Okay. So, what is cybersecurity? If you go and Google cybersecurity, you will see tons of definitions. Some of them will look cryptic. Some of them you won't be able to understand. The main idea, what I want you to think when you think of cybersecurity is the following. You have a cyberspace and you want to protect it. That's basically cybersecurity. Or you have a cyberspace and you want to attack it if you're the bad guy. So this is basically cybersecurity. Why do we care about cybersecurity? You know, if something happened once in a blue moon, I wouldn't care about it. But if something happens 60 million times just in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia in 2015 was attacked 60 million times. That's about 164,000 cyber attacks every single day against Saudi Arabia. So that's a lot. So it's not once in a blue moon, it's a lot. But again, some people will say, okay, even if something happens a lot, if it doesn't affect me that much, I wouldn't really care about it. Now let's see about the effect. Again, that's 2014, McAfee estimated that the cost of cyber attacks globally is about $445 billion. That's billion with a B. Not only that, in the US, there's about 200,000 jobs lost due to cyber attacks. In Europe, was about 150,000 jobs. So it's not something that we take lightly. It's something that happens a lot, and it costs a lot of money. But that's not just it. The 445 billion that I just told you about, the figure does not factor in intellectual property. If you do factor intellectual property, then the figure goes, the estimate in 2019, they estimated the cost, the global cost of cyber attacks to reach $2.1 trillion. 2.1 trillion. That's about 10 times the fiscal budget of Saudi Arabia. So it's not a small number. It's a huge number, 2.1 trillion in 2019. Now, I hope most of us now realize the significance of cyber attacks. But if you don't, let me just give you some more statistics that will hopefully make you more concerned about cybersecurity. In 2004, CERT India reported 23 cyber attacks, just 23. You see the chart? The figure rose in 2013 to 71,000, 2014 more than 100,000. So you see, it's increasing exponentially. The number of cyber attacks is increasing exponentially. And that's not just in India, that's just an example. If you look at the number of malwares discovered, again, you see the number of malwares is increasing exponentially. So now what do we have? We already have a big price tag for cybersecurity, but that's not the end of it. We know cyber attacks are increasing exponentially. So is that it? Still, I can give you more scary information. According to Phenomenon Institution, they say cyber attacks are getting more sophisticated. And that translates into successful rate. We are seeing about 80% increase in the successful rate of cyber attacks. So not just attacks are increasing exponentially, but the sophistication makes them more successful. About 20%, we're seeing about 20% increase every year. And not just that. The cost of every successful attack is increasing by about 25%. So you see the picture? We have big price tag already. We are seeing an exponential increase in the number of attacks. And we are seeing the sophistication is increasing, the success rate is increasing, and the cost of each attack is increasing. So if it costs 2.1 trillion, imagine how much it's going to cost. People say it's going to reach $6 trillion very soon. Now, I hope everybody's scared. But if you're not, I can actually tell you, it's not just cyber attacks anymore. We're not just talking about cyber criminals. It's a cyber warfare. The world we live in right now is a cyber warfare. I have a few examples that I don't think I have time to go through. This actually caught my, when I came from the airport last night, and I passed through the industrial city. It's huge. See, I didn't know Jubail is that big. To be honest, this is the first time I come to Jubail since I was in 3rd grade. It's huge. So imagine something like what happened to Ukraine by the Russian attackers happened to Jubail. Somebody just shut down the entire industrial city. It could happen. It's not a science fiction. It happened in Ukraine, happened in multiple places, and it could happen to us. Now overall, We have now confirmation that there are more than 120 countries with plans and strategies to use the internet as a weapon. That means we have at least 120 countries with cyber army. And guess what? Iran is one of them, and Iran has one of the top 10 cyber army in the world. Okay? So some people will come and say, you know what? I'm not a rich guy. I don't care if my bank gets hacked into. I'm not going to lose a lot of money. I'm not in the military, so why do I care about cyber warfare? I don't. I'm not a researcher. I don't have intellectual properties, so what do I care about? Well, now it's becoming personal. We are seeing cars getting hacked. So imagine you're driving a car in the middle of the road, and all of a sudden you see some hacker from distance controlling your car. Again, it's not a science fiction, it happened. It actually happened. What's even worse is that we have seen pacemakers getting hacked into. Imagine a pacemaker. Now, cybersecurity touches everybody's life. And we will see why in the next few examples, why it's becoming everybody's concern now. But let me tell you something. That's the scariest part to me. The scariest part is that all we know, all we hear, all the stats that we know, we read on cybersecurity is just the tip of the iceberg. What we don't know, what people don't report, is much more than what we know, unfortunately. And I'm not just saying that. I'll give you a concrete example here. There is very sophisticated, actually one of the most ever sophisticated piece of malware. It was state-sponsored, and it's called Vegan. The purpose of this malware was to go quietly and collect confidential data. It was discovered in November 2014. November 2014, this malware was discovered. And you can see the most countries that were severely hit by this malware: Russia, number one, then Saudi Arabia. Now, the problem is, this malware has been going around collecting data since 2008. So from 2008 to 2014, late 2014, 7 years, people have been collecting private, confidential government data, and nobody knew it existed. And that's a moderate estimate. Some researchers say they have traces for the malware going back to 2001. But let's just stick to the confirmed date. We definitely know that we have traces for the malware dated back to 2008. 7 years, and nobody knew about it. And that's just one example. Now, why is it challenging? Why can't we protect ourselves? The problem is every device with an IP address is a target. Every device. And a network or any system is as strong as its weakest point. Okay? So we have to know all the devices that you have connected to the internet, which is a lot, as we will see in a few slides. And then you can see why it's very challenging to protect. I like this quote by a major general in the Israeli Air Force. Just tells you what people are thinking about cybersecurity. He says, if you want to hit a country severely, you hit its power and water supplies. Cyber technology can do this without shooting a single bullet. That's true. Now, let's go back to why it's challenging. And I told you about every device with an IP address. We've heard about the Internet of Things, that beautiful thing that hopefully will make our lives much, 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 much better. Cisco estimated that there will be 50 billion devices connected to the internet by the year 2020. 50 billion Internet of Things devices. So why is it challenging? This is why. You see the picture? Not the fingertip, that small dot with the arrow pointing to it. You know what this is? This is a passive RFID tag. That's prerequisite for the Internet of Things. Now imagine you want this small thing that doesn't even have a battery. It harvests energy from the electromagnetic field it receives, and it's supposed to do all the computations and all the cryptography and all the security to protect itself and the network. Now, the scariest part is that the price tag and the attacks that I told you about happened even when we have a pretty good idea on how to protect our big networks. We know how to protect servers, or we have a pretty good idea on how to protect big servers, laptops, computers, big machines. The problem is we're deploying this small stuff and we have no idea, take it from me, we have no idea how to secure these small devices. And yet we're deploying them everywhere. We're putting, some people put it in their hearts as pacemakers, and we don't know how to secure them. Funny story. If we go back 15 years ago, and I ask you, if I tell you that your fridge will be hacked into, who wouldn't call me crazy? Okay, good. Most of you will call me crazy. Now imagine not your fridge is hacked, but your fridge is actually launching a cyber attack. More than 100,000 everyday appliances, that's smart TVs, fridges, coffee makers, they launched a huge denial of service attack. So they're attacking people now, okay? So in some countries, you might be held responsible. So imagine the FBI knocking on your door saying you're guilty because your fridge just hacked into some other people's houses. So it's a scary world that we live in, and it's not science fiction. We see this. We've seen this. I didn't come up with this stuff. Now, I think as scary enough, let me just give you good examples. There's a lot of research. People or researchers have started looking seriously on how to secure the Internet of Things. And we do this in our center. We were looking at this small device that I just showed, the passive RFID tag, and we are trying to find ways to authenticate these devices. The standard way of authenticate the device is to use something we call SHA. It's a hash function, a standard hash function. It runs in about 40.2 cycles per second, and it consumes between 20 and 30 microjoule per bit. We came up with a novel technique that is much faster. The speed is 0.02 cycles per second, but most significantly, the energy consumption went down from 20 to 0.00026 microjoule per bit. That was the most significant part of the patent that we did about a year and a half ago. Now, to conclude, we have seen that cyber threats are increasing, although the price tag is already huge, but we haven't seen the worst of it yet. Attackers are changing their strategies. They just look at your system, you introduce new vulnerabilities all the time, and they're gonna go and try to attack your system from your weakest point. So what do? My message here is you can have the best firewall ever. You can buy the best products out there, but believe me, that's not good enough. Because in cybersecurity, it's not just a science. It's a game of wit between the system designer and the attackers. And to protect yourself, you have to be at least one step ahead of the attacker. In cybersecurity, you cannot be reactive. You have to be proactive. And my belief is that the only way you can do this is by doing research. You have to do research, invest in people, not products. Invest in people so that you can actually predict what's the next step from the attacker and protect your system before the attacker attacks you. Not just wait until the attack comes in and then try to fix it. Now, with that in mind, that's actually the first thing, my first priority when I got my PhD and I came back from Seattle was to convince decision makers of the importance of actually doing research. And I was surprised actually that there is no national center to do cybersecurity research and development. And luckily, I convinced decision makers. We started very small, just an executive order of establishing the center. 2 years from establishing the center, we have now more than 60 researchers. I think we're not done yet. I think a lot of effort has to be done to actually protect our infrastructure. With that, I would like to thank you very much. And I don't know, do we take questions now or no question? Thank you very much.
أيها الحفل الكريم، تتقدم الهيئة الملكية بالشكر والعرفان لكل من ساهم في نجاح فعاليات المؤتمر من خلال المشاركة والدعم والرعاية. والآن يتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية بالجبيل بتكريم الجهات المشاركة نيابة عن سمو رئيس الهيئة الملكية للجبيل وينبع. الرعاة الذهبيون شركة KPMG، الشركة السعودية العالمية للبتروكيماويات سبكم، شركة سيسكو، الرعاة الفضيون شركة هانيويل، شركة سكيور ووركس، شركة فورس بوينت، شركة بالو ألتو، شركة الصحراء للبتروكيماويات، شركة سيمانتك، المتحدث الرئيسي الدكتور باسل العمير، مدير المركز الوطني لتقنية أمن المعلومات في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية. وفي الختام نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لسمو رئيس الهيئة الملكية للجبيل وينبع على رعايته لهذا المؤتمر، كما نشكر سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية بالجبيل لحضوره نيابة عنه، كما نشكر للسادة مقدمي أوراق العمل ورؤساء الجلسات والمشاركين بالمؤتمر مشاركتهم معنا لإنجاح المؤتمر. ولا يفوتنا شكر جميع الحاضرين مع تمنياتنا أن يجدون الفائدة مما سيقدم في جلسات المؤتمر، راجين لكم طيب الإقامة في مدينتكم مدينة الجبيل الصناعية، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السادة المشاركين، نود أن ننوه إلى أن جلسات المؤتمر ستبدأ بعد فترة الاستراحة، وذلك في تمام 10:10.
حط الاسم، ايه حط الاسم احسن.
اساس ما نتخربط.
اكيد معذبك.
نشبك لك الشاشة، نجرب نسوي تيست على الشاشة.
ايه بس
ستيش
سريع.
could you please connect now you want
We want to check.
but the problem is that this is going live
Going live now.
yes now so you do something that will go live
Now it's going live.
now yes yes live it's streaming no
Tell me Fahad to
what it is
other camera. Switch other camera.
this looks good people moving around like that
Because this first time we check. Just now. We don't think any problem. Just 2 slides. 2 slides just.
هي راح تبين اولها اذا فيها مشكلة ولا
بشيلها دغري.
انا ببثه اونلاين عادي
بث لايف على التلفزيون. اوكي. اوكي خلاص نشيلها. اوكي we're fine.
تمام
خلاص شيلها. شكرا. هذه بمشيها من هون
انا بشغل لك اياها من جوا
اوكي خلاص.
وانت بس
عندك
على
خلاص دن.
اوكي
مشكور حبيبي.
حبيبي
يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك okay thank you Satish you can repeat
It's okay, no problem.
I just change it to
Test. Satish. May bug ka na agad ah. May bug ka na agad. Hello, test. Siyempre, testing ko yung microphone. Test. Hello. Dali lang. Test. Test, mic. Hello. Dali lang. Hello. Testing ko yung microphone. Hello, test. Hello. Hello, test. Coming. Test. Like this. Test.
Adel, ganito siguro. Tingin mo. Ang format. Siyempre, bubuksan mo na, di ba?
Tama na video.
نجدد الترحيب بكم مرة أخرى في مؤتمر الجبيل الأول لأمن المعلومات، ونبدأ بجلسة النقاش المفتوحة والتي يديرها المهندس مزيد الخالدي نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لقطاع البتروكيماويات في شركة تصنيع ورئيس مجلس الجبيل لفرع الهيئة السعودية للمهندسين. يشارك في هذه الجلسة المهندس خالد العثمان من شركة تصنيع، والمهندس عبد الله البليهد من شركة سبكم، والمهندس عماد المعيبد من شركة سابك، والمهندس ناصر العبيدي من شركة معادن. هذه الجلسة تحمل العنوان تحديات أمن المعلومات في المجال الصناعي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome everybody for this panel discussion that today we have here leaders from the industry to discuss an important subject and the key challenges to the industry from cybersecurity. In today's discussion, we will cover several questions that is related to industry, and we expect, focus on these subjects from the speakers, and we will hope that we will have question and answer at the end of the discussion. If you have any questions, we will share it with you. But before that, I'd like to start with a few things about the key challenges in cybersecurity. First, hackers will never stop. They will continue target the companies and trying to break systems down and behind the security support and walls that you build around your fence in your company. And that's continuation. Stakeholders today need to cooperate a lot together in order to build barriers. They should share knowledge and should share information and talk about security systems available. Also, the need for future IT workforce is changing a lot. Now there is a huge demand for IT professionals to come and support cybersecurity threats that happens to the industry. And we can see this whenever there's a cyber security attack, there will be a lot of shortage in the market. As we increase in our global connection through Internet of Things, we expect more of threats that will come. Today, actually, leaders aware of the importance of the subject, but a lot of them really not able to know what exactly to do. And hopefully our speakers today will give us an answer what leaders can do in order to help prevent cybersecurity attacks. Also, specialized cybersecurity groups now become very important because their importance is now very demanded, especially when there is an attack or some companies that are attacked and need immediately to bring up the system back. It is important those security groups to be available and will increase in importance as we go. So there is also significant lag time between data breaches and detection. A lot of times when cyber attack comes and you have a threat in your company, you spend time to recover. And now the time is almost 145 days. But if you discover it earlier, that's a great thing. So along those lines, really, we'd like to hear from our groups, and I'd like to start with Mr. Khalid Al-Uthman here on my right about a question. Why and how industrial control systems become a target of threat groups? Just to remind, each will have 5 minutes time to speak in order, because our time really is very limited, and we will leave some time at the end of the speech for our audience to give an answer. So Khalid, please answer the question.
Assalamu alaikum. So to start, to give a background about the ICS. Historically, ICS or Industry Control System wasn't separate of IT. So it wasn't separate of IT. But because of the business needs and the benefit of having both converging the ICS system and IT to have a better business decision, nowadays we can see a lot of systems being connected to each other. So you will find the ICS system connected to IT, merging both data to give better visibility and better business decision when it comes to the process, which is the core area of the business. However, these connections have created what we call security problems, because the cyberspace is increased and the attacker now be able to access these specific systems, which is very critical for the business, and do a damage for it. So different motivation of the attackers or the cyber attacks that may impact our ICS system or the ICS system in general. And the attack of that one will be very, very serious because it have a financial impact, it will have kind of intellectual property theft, damage equipment, and even worse, safety and health risk. Now, keeping our ICS protected, making sure that we need to have both systems to converge and to talk to each other is very important. At the same time, we need to make sure this is protected and not be able to be compromised or being touched by any attackers.
Any special configuration to the control system need to be adopted in order to prevent it from prone to attack?
One of the new trend I can see in different organizations is having both the OT team and the IT team discuss together. So the ICS team and the IT team security getting all together, having or what we call the new, or not the new, adding what we call the risk management, that combining both of this one, of both of the areas. Plus, it's, I can also see it, it's become like overseen as part of the executive strategy. So it's not anymore as strategy of IT security, it's more becoming that the ICS security is part of the overall company strategy.
Yes, I think this is excellent because we noticed this in industry, control system group and IT system group are different and separate. Khalid shows the importance of they talk to each other. They must be integrated. It has to be part of the strategy of the corporate. I fully agree, and I think this, we had passed through several examples, but I think this is a great point that hopefully audience and industry look into it carefully. Thank you very much, Khalid. Next question to Imad. What does the future carry for those companies who does not have mature security systems?
I think we know that the security, we have to be ahead of the bad guys. So if a company, they are behind the attacker or the bad guys, they will be easy target. They will lose the competitive advantage, and actually they will be a source of a threat to even to the city, because as Khalid saying, there will be, if there is an impact in industrial computer system, it will impact the environment. So it's not limited only for the company. So they will be a source of threat to the country and to human life also. So the attacker normally looking for the weak point, and any organization fail behind the maturity, they will be the easy target to be attacked.
One question, Imad. I mean, we know that all Sabiq, mashallah, I think they've done huge development in their security systems, and they were not, let's say, impacted by the recent attack that happened to many industries. What exactly the reason for that, and what strategies that Sabiq took in order to prevent this type of failure?
Actually, we were early adopter for the security measure we have. Since the incident happened in 2012, there was a focus in cybersecurity. There was a dedication, people who's doing only security, separated from any other IT-related thing. We also partner with a good leader in in cybersecurity. We try also to subscribe to a different threat intelligence institute, and where we can update our tools ahead of time. And as we said, we'd like to be always ahead of the bad guys. So we use threat intelligence as one of the things to be ahead of the bad guys, and we prepare ahead. As you said, normally an attack would take 140 plus days to really make an attack. So if you are really prepared, you should discover this attack in early stages, not until let us say 0 day happen or the destruction happen. So you should capture the attack in the early stage of the attack.
Yeah, I think that's really whatever strategies you adopted, for sure it have helped a lot to prevent attacks. And I am sure it's not always just partnering with somebody or outsourcing your IT system. We have examples, people outsource fully and then they hit badly. So really it is the embedded knowledge that you have within the organization, it's the infrastructure that you have developed within your systems, and whatever has been done toward that is certainly a success story. And I hope in this conference there was some discussion about that and where everybody could learn from. So appreciate that. Thanks very much. Thank you. We'll go to the next question. Al-Akh Nasser. Internet of Things continue to expand, and this is becoming the future. Now, what possible protection system development should be in place so it does not become a threat also?
Because of the huge amount of data in terabytes that generated from the industries and the computing power that we have in place now, in addition to that, the cloud computing around us and the price of the internet megabit per second is becoming lower and lower, and all the companies are investing in what is called the Internet of Things, just to make use of these data. However, unfortunately, what happened now, the IoT devices, which is in place, okay, and the companies are adopting lack of security measures, lack of security controls. The recent attack, something called Mirai botnet, which happened last year, uses about half a million of IoT devices in the largest ever seen DDoS attack, peak at 1 terabit per second, which is the biggest DDoS attack. Why? Because there is no regulations, no standards on those. So what we need to do to eliminate or minimize the threat of those IoT devices and adoption of the IoT devices is to have the security measures, like adopting the regulations, having a standards. Okay, one of the attacks happened in one of the US banks because of the IoT device manufactured in China. Okay, so there is no regulations, no control over those IoT devices. So, and the weakest or the most attacked reason is because of the simple weak password. 34% of the study says 34% of the reasons of the weak passwords is just using the default password, admin, okay?
I see.
Yeah, so as our guest speaker, he mentioned that by 2020, estimated is to have 50 billion IoT devices. This will add a burden to all industries, okay, just to take extreme caution during the adoption of this IoT. So like, for example, what features that I need, okay, what capability that I want, okay, from that, they adopt the right solution for them.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's excellent thoughts about it. And I really have a problem with passwords because our IT keep changing password, and now after the attack, they doubled the number. So we have to remember 16 digits. But it's an issue, and I agree with you, weak password, because people tend to write something that they normally remember all the time.
And in addition to that, those manufacturers for IoT devices, the security is not priority for them. They want to just sell. Okay? So that's why you find ports open, okay, and default password. The second thing is there is no mechanism of automatic firmware upgrade, which at the end left all those devices, okay, the vulnerabilities not attended or not patched.
Okay, okay. Excellent, well said. Thank you very much. Now, last question we have to Abdullah. what key strategies that need to be implemented in industry by senior executives?
Assalamu alaikum. The executives in the companies, I'll take an example of building a plant. Usually, Abdullah, you do HAZOP for any plant, building any petrochemical company, plant. The same thing has to be done within the cybersecurity. It's not anymore an IT project. They have to understand this one. It's not IT project. It's an integral part of the organization. That's why it needs to be treated differently from a structural point of view, a cybersecurity department or group that is reporting to the highest or to the almost highest person in the organization. It's out of the IT so that there will be a kind of check and balance when anything is adopted within the organization. This is very important because it shouldn't be embedded within the IT budget. Otherwise, it will be a kind of another project. Then in this case, always during the budgeting season, it's going to be hectic to approve this or that. Looking at organization again, this is very important. You mentioned about Abdullah that resources is very rare in the region, and you need to adopt skilled people that are aware of all of those threats and all of these technologies, and this is something we need to build it. If it's not there, we need to adopt something like that one. We do it with process engineering, for example, within the companies. We need to adopt something like that one, is that to build our security resources in a way that we build it if it doesn't exist. This is something related to the executives within the company, but also the IT executives. Now it's not anymore something we hear about it. 10 years back, if you talk about IT cybersecurity, almost it doesn't exist. Now it's totally different. It has to be handled differently. Build any product, any software with cybersecurity in background. Batching is something very important, especially when we talk about the IoT devices. It's not anymore OT and IT, which is the DCS group, and the IT group. It's one group. If the OT is weak from cyber security, is going to affect the IT for sure. And it's not anymore that we can split the two networks anymore, because you need the information to pass. The challenge coming now is that mobility very soon is going to be that we run the plant from mobiles and mobile devices. Whether we like it or not, it's coming. So executives has to build that kind of preparation for the future so that they are ready whenever it reaches to the region.
Thank you very much. I think really well said, and for sure, key strategies for executive need to focus on to build a good, strong infrastructure in their IT system. They have to invest heavily in people and knowledge, because not only throwing money will bring you security, it's purely the knowledge that you invest in your organization and the people that will bring you back security. Plus networking with each other. I think this is a great forum to share information and knowledge, and that should continue to build so we can learn from each other. Instead of just hearing in the news about the attacks, we better have close coordination, and I believe it is there already, people talking outside about how to share information, how to protect ourselves from these cyber attacks. Okay, with this, I would like to open the floor for questions. We are okay on the time, so any question, gentlemen? Go ahead.
Hello, this is Ayman Laisa from Booz Allen Hamilton, the Chief Technologist of Industrial Cybersecurity. We do understand that there is a need to protect IT and OT so that we protect those critical infrastructures. However, the question is that we have seen during the so many years that most of the attacks come through simple ways rather than complicated ways. How far are we doing to protect ourselves from those simple kinds of attack is a question that I think we need to ask, and we need to see how far we are doing for this. We know that most of the attacks start by an email, spear phishing emails that reach to the company, and we till today see companies that are allowing some kinds of non-business emails like Hotmail, Yahoo Mail, or all of these to come to reach to their network, while there is no good mechanism to protect your systems and your network from such email services. So the question is that, how far are we doing for protecting ourselves from basic, simple attacks, rather than going to talk about how we are doing to protect ourselves from the complicated attacks? Thank you.
Excellent question. Anybody want to answer? Abdullah, tafadhal.
Cybersecurity is not anymore IT. It's the whole organization, and this is the challenge. As you said, everybody has state-of-the-art firewalls, all the systems updated, and do all of necessary to make the simple thing or the base is up to date. But with a simple phishing email, it may break all of that, and that's why it's a circle that needs to be built from IT systems and from the organization, from each individual within the organization has the sense of cybersecurity, so that it's not he's not affecting the whole organization. The simple thing will continue, emails will continue, and we need to be more aware of how to handle things within our business. You cannot stop it, but you can minimize the risk from those simple things.
Yes, okay, thank you. Another question?
Assalamu alaikum, Shingidi from Ma'adin Customer Relationship Management Head. Thank you so much, very informative, and we exist in a technology that's going very fast with so many risks around it. My question, as we see alhamdulillah, the development in the country and the new complexes coming like Ras Al Khair, is there two things? Is there a framework or enterprise architecture design to put it part of the engineering packages before the plants or the complex get built, and then the IT are called to come and integrate? Is there something exist in the world that we can adopt? Is it something that get updated with the advancement of the cybersecurity? That's number one. And the second one, the user awareness. Are we having globally or nationally today in Saudi Arabia, especially when we look to our vision of the 2030, is there a material that's already published for awareing the people about the cybersecurity, and how are we going to use Abshir, for example? I don't want Abshir to be hacked, because that's a lot of things. I don't want to see my son going out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khalid. Your question is very, very wide, so تفضل أخ ناصر.
I'll answer the first question. Maybe it is a conflict of interest because we are in one company. Actually, no. There is no such thing in place. That's why there is an internal effort in Ma'adin to approach the engineering and project management, okay, so to review the standards, okay, and at the early stage of the projects to have the cybersecurity part of it, okay? So it is a challenge, okay? However, we have a good sponsorship to have this in place. And in the new projects that we are going to see in Ma'adin during the journey of expansion of our business, we will have this, inshallah, in place.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Point, part of Mr. Nasser's point, that architecture is not the only solution of any cybersecurity defense. So you need to remember that you need to have technology, process, and people part of all the organization to have the right cybersecurity in place. So simply as there is maybe several standards can be followed, but as soon as you don't have the right people and the right process to run your IT or to manage your IT, still you will be at risk. For the another point regarding the awareness, last week I have some discussion with maybe Abu Rayyan, like doing a joint venture with several organization companies and even from several people to help and manage to get a package of several awareness messages can be sent and shared for everyone. So I believe this is a very great idea. So thank you. Sorry. I believe this is a very great idea, and really we need to make this there and available, because awareness of the people is one of the most important part of the cybersecurity. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's an excellent question, and I think all you noticed that there is a need for continued collaboration among the IT professionals in the industry to develop this information packages and to develop the standard also in the project, for example, management. I remember in projects, we did not have a section for IT. It used to be developed and then the user requests certain information to be included, but it's not professional according to standard developed. And I think there is a need now, very important, to develop a standard specific for IT to develop the protection system. Great. Any more question? Final one? Tafadhal.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Salman Abdelghani Faqih from Cisco Systems.
Okay.
I'd like, first of all, to thank the very well-respected panel that we have today. I'd like to thank the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yumba, who really put this kind of event as a platform to exchange in such very critical timing. And I'd like to thank our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Basil. It's more of a comment with a combined question to it. I believe all of us agree that to secure an environment or to secure an organization, it's not only about the technology that we're using, and it's not only about the people who are using the technology, but there is a very important factor that has to do with the processes, the policies that we are utilizing and implementing. And I just wanted to highlight that in a lot of cases, we've seen that customers would have the right level of technology, the latest and greatest, if I would call it. They would have people who have been trained in security and cybersecurity. And they might as well have the right policies in place. The two areas that I believe we all need to be aligned toward, and I would like to hear from the very well-respected panel, their feedback on it, is A, we are seeing that having the responsibility of security at the hats of IT and security teams is not going to save the day going forward. As we've seen in a lot of areas, there has been migration and there has been true synergy between IT, telecommunications, and other business-relevant outcomes. I genuinely believe that when it comes to cybersecurity, it has to be the responsibility of each and every employee in an organization. The other point that I wanted to put on the table.
Can you please summarize, because our time is up?
Sure.
The other point. Go directly to the question.
Sure. The other point that I wanted to conclude
please.
is about those policies. A lot of people are having great policies, but how can we really ensure that those policies are being implemented?
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Anybody would like to give an answer?
First question. I think to make the business or to make the all the user accountable for security, it is, I think, our everybody aim, but it need a change management, and you need to do this in a systematic and in a gradual way. Everybody is to have cybersecurity awareness to the whole organization is the ultimate goal, and to make them accountable for, each one accountable for security is also ultimate goal, but need to have a good change management to have make this happen. And awareness is part of it.
Excellent. I think that would answer it in general. So, and with this, we come to our end of our panel. So, I'd like to thank you very much and thank the speakers for their participation. Please join me to thank them. Thank you all.
تفضل يا حبيبي، تفضل تعال شغلني يا المايك. خلنا بس نخلص بس التكريم. نشكر المهندس مزيد الخالدي على إدارته لهذه الجلسة، وكذلك المشاركين كل من المهندس خالد العثمان والمهندس عبد الله البليهد والمهندس عماد المعيبد والمهندس ناصر العبيدي. والآن ندعو مدير عام الخدمات المساندة بالهيئة الملكية بالجبيل والمشرف العام على المؤتمر المهندس عبد الله الحربي لتكريم المشاركين في الجلسة. أولاً المهندس مزيد الخالدي. المهندس خالد العثمان. المهندس عبد الله البليهد. المهندس عماد المعيبد. المهندس ناصر العبيدي. شكرا لكم. نبدأ الآن في الجلسة الثانية من هذا المؤتمر، وندعو السيد رومان سميث من شركة مايكروسوفت، والمهندس ألين كلاس من شركة سكيور ووركس، والمهندس منهل مسامح من شركة KPMG للحضور لتقديم الجلسة الثانية من هذا المؤتمر. Okay.
Sorry, I was standing behind you.
Just a moment. Okay. Okay.
Shall we start? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me well? Okay. Consider the bit. It's the building block of the digital world. It was invented just a short 70 years ago. In this brief period, however, it has changed how we communicate, how we do business, and how we go about living pretty much every aspect of our daily lives. The bit represents technology. It is complex, advanced, precise, yet when expressed, it is effortless and refined. Now, if you think the bit is a big deal, consider the atom. Born some 13.8 billion years ago, the atom is responsible for everything, from fossil fuels to men and women everywhere, to the industrial plants in Jubail. For many years, the bit and the atom lived in completely separate worlds. But then something happened. Now, before I take you back into the future and we explored what happened with the bit in the atom, I need to keep you in the past for a little bit longer. Let's go to the 60s. The US Air Force commissioned a study on air-to-air combat or air superiority from Colonel John Boyd, who happened to be a retired fighter pilot himself. Now, Boyd concluded that when engaging in a dogfight, those pilots that would be able to traverse through this sequence the fastest would almost invariably come out victorious of their encounter with their opponent. He noted that pilots would typically first observe. They would take in the landscape. They would look at their instruments. They would observe the position and the speed and the direction of their enemy. Then they would move on to orient. They would take what they had observed and they would add everything they knew up till that point. Enemy tactics, briefings, rules of engagement, pretty much everything they knew up till that moment except possibly their personal values. After that, they would move on to decide. Shall I stay the course and continue the pursuit? Shall I take a different route? Or shall I engage? Shall I fire? Right? Followed, obviously, by the corresponding action. Crucially, Boyd observed or concluded that after an action, an opportunity to re-engage an observation presented itself. The result of the action is a changed environment. The changed environment requires us to go again through that cycle. Right? Boyd was instrumental in what we know today, or what was referred later as the OODA cycle, or the ODA cycle. More importantly, or ultimately, what Boyd concluded is that what was important in acquiring superiority in a dogfight, in air-to-air combat, was a pilot's ability to engage in this loop more times than their opponent. How many of you in this room are fighter pilots or have ever flown a fighter jet? Okay, I thought so. There's always that one, right? But nobody. Let's say chess. Most of you know how to play chess, or will know somebody that plays chess. If you and I were to engage in a game of chess, and for every move you made, I would make 3 moves, I think it's pretty clear who would win every game. Right? And that's essentially what the ODDA cycle is about. Now, these principles have since then made it into the business world. It is now part of the modern manual of business management. Those of you in this room who are business leaders will not find this notion of agility and making decisions and making business decisions you won't find it controversial. It's not a counterintuitive notion. Ultimately, this is an acknowledgement that the markets and the business that operate within those markets, just like combat theaters and the fighters operating within those, are complex systems. Complex systems are non-deterministic. Cause and effect are not known. You don't know what you don't know until it happens and you can observe it. Ultimately, this is an acknowledgement that the best suited mode of decision-making in business, in a complex environment, is sense-making. You don't make sense of your reality in business. You continuously make sense of it. It's a continuous process, and it might seem a subtle difference, but it is an important one, and we'll get back to this later. The bit and the atom, they lived in completely separate worlds, and then something happened. Almost overnight, they converged. Most people today would commonly refer to that as digital transformation. Digital transformation is an end state. It is not a process, it's not an action, it's an end state. It is the total and overall societal effect of a digitalization process that started with the digitization of mechanical and analog technology some 40 or 50 years ago. It didn't happen overnight. Right? It just seems so, because right now is when we're starting to see the impact of digital transformation. Digital transformation is a new business theater, right? And as such, it creates a number of new opportunities or ways in which leaders can accelerate the feedback loop, right? They cannot accelerate sense making, which is so crucial to modern business. Right? In essence, digital transformation brings about new ways for you to either run your businesses more efficiently or outmaneuver your competitors. The means to capture telemetry from products can now be deployed closer to the point of observation. Right? Quite a lot of references have been made this morning so far to IoT. Right? Cheaper and smaller sensors now mean we can inject the digital observation capabilities into the very same physical products that we need to observe. Orientation is something that was taken care of by digitization of mechanical and analog technology a long while ago. I'm talking here about the transition from paper to records and documents. Right? Now, however, in the age of digital transformation, actions can be automated and deployed locally within the products themselves. Your products, your facilities can now be injected with automation capabilities, again, a reference back to IoT, that are able to, as part of your loop, once you've observed how they're performing and oriented based on what you know and made the decision to alter their properties, now you can alter the properties of those components, of those products, or the units that control their production locally and immediately, having a greater effect. And you can do this continuously and at a rapid pace. When actions and observation in the physical world become fundamentally digital, a new paradigm emerges. Increasingly, what we see is the application of centralized digital neural networks to decision-making, artificial intelligence. Right? If you are wondering where all the buzz for digital intelligence or artificial intelligence came from, it's all converging. It's all a result of this new reality or the age of digital transformation we're living in. Right? Intelligence is used as a means to accelerate that loop and as a means to be more effective and efficient in running through that loop and out-competing competitors when that's your ultimate pursuit. Now I'm several minutes in, and I haven't even mentioned the word cybersecurity once. So before you start wondering what I'm talking about, bear with me. I'm going somewhere with this. Yeah. First of all, since we're talking about decisions, let's unpack this a little bit further. Decisions are in business are aimed at maximizing favorable outcomes while minimizing adverse outcomes. It should be non-controversial, thus, if I state that risk management and running a business are closely correlated, given that the probability of a decision causing an adverse impact is actually a key factor used in the assessment of risk. So they're all somehow connected. Oops, let me go back. Because they're connected, it is somewhat intuitive for all of us and for those of you in the room to make this, to fall for this fallacy, which is, and it is a fallacy in as much as we assume that you want to be successful in running your business, right? If what you want to do is you run your business into the ground or destroy it, then none of this applies and you should not worry. But assuming it's axiomatic that you want your business to be successful, there is a fallacy that we need to discuss as a collective. The fallacy being that risk management should be quantified as a function of its ability to prevent bad things from happening. And then we've heard that referred to this morning over and over again, where the focus seems to be on prevention. Now, the reason this is a fallacy is because it's based on an assumption that is problematic in itself, which is that we should focus on preventing bad things from happening to begin with. Right? And I start to see some faces doubting what I'm saying, and obviously this is not immediately intuitive. Now, the reason why focusing on bad things and focusing on the prevention on bad things from happening is probably counterproductive because we don't know what's going to happen. We can only prevent what we know. Right? Continuously, we're presented with new opportunities to observe and to orient and to make decisions. If we don't know what we're going to observe, meaning if we don't know what's going to happen in our environment, how can we potentially or possibly prevent it? Right? We think all swans should be white or are actually white, and the matter of fact is that there are black swans, right? Bad things happen, and we don't know where they're coming from and what they look like before we actually see them. Now, the result of this, of us falling into this fallacy is that we place an inordinate amount of effort and budget and sweat and tears into preventing bad things from happening. And that sort of lulls us into a sense of safety, which is a false sense of safety. In a way, what we're doing is we're eliminating the need to decide. Right? We're just assuming that we don't need to because we can prevent what is about to happen. If you're wondering whether yourselves or your organization are somehow victims of this fallacy, just think of whether you've seen this pattern before. Right? Sometimes, whether that's deliberate or unintentional, what we see in many organizations is the decision-making being short-circuited. Right? We implement monitoring systems to observe. We implement controls to orient. And we link those directly to policies to act and respond to that. Right? Now, that might be intentional because someone actually believes that bad things can be prevented all the time. Or it might be just a result of an expectation that one can just throw people at the problem and observe all the signals coming from all these sensors and endpoints. Again, we're talking about IoT and other managed endpoints. That one can do that and somehow orient and then decide. There is no army of people that can actually make decisions based on the barrage of signals that is coming at us. Yes, going there. So the atom and the bit converged at some point. I'm getting back to here. Right? It must be important somehow. In the age of digital transformation, your digital fabric is your business fabric, and this has been referred to earlier by other speakers. Right? The business fabric and your digital fabric are increasing. It is therefore a boardroom concern, not just a what I'm proposing, or what I how to use this.
To give a brief background, so as SecureWorks, we do managed security services so that we monitor more than 4,000 and the kind of threat actors, focusing on different researchers that help us monitor those threat actors. Would they typically attack your environment? So that gives us, as SecureWorks to discuss today. Threat, one is the intent and two is the capability. So first you need to identify a lucrative market, and you would see a lot of threat actors are still pushing on this kind of more and more. So we'll give some, because it's a way of looking at things, how to Ukraine. It has main two, to Crimea through Ukraine. So you can minimize the impact on your business. And it's mainly signature for security monitoring, signatures, tools, and host signatures until you reach that level. Threat intelligence, who is attacking you, why they're attacking you, that you are facing today. And understand the extent of the enterprise, as we said, in incident response plans in playback, because incidents will happen.
Important, because you cannot work while your information is exposed, or the information of your clients is exposed. Is ensuring information. So it's about confidentiality, integrity, and information security or cybersecurity is about what I created with. So these are three things has changed with the introduction of a new concepts. And what has really cloud computing, beta, the social collaboration, and the utilization of these new should be considered. Assessment.
فواز، في عندنا واحد فوق من الأخوان، بس لو نحاول نوصل له.
Preventing and expecting the threats is sometimes difficult because you don't know what you don't know. It's about analysis. So is it?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Shaukat from Madan Aluminium. I would like to ask a question to Manhal. Like as you mentioned, for the Shamoon, 70% of users, they use common password. As you know, like most of the enterprise, they are integrated with SSO, single sign-on. How we can control those, like even security devices or whatever devices you have in your network, you basically use single sign-on. So how we can control or manage these users?
المايك يا شباب.
For your question, techniques are now offered to properly manage the system's accesses. And this depends on where this access is coming from. So if you are within the network, then identity management may be much easier done than if you are accessing from outside the network. So multi-factor authentication is something important to consider in lots of cases. And the type of multi-factor authentication will depend on how access and where access is coming from. So these techniques can be deployed as and when needed.
شكرا لكم. نشكر المشاركون في هذه الجلسة. في سؤال بس لأنه الوقت، ناخذ آخر سؤال. طيب تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
السلام.
طارق الوعلة من Information Security at مرافق. I have a question for Microsoft about the cloud systems in Saudi Arabia. How far are we with this area, and how Microsoft would integrate with the local intellectual property laws and regulations in Saudi?
I think it's a question related to Microsoft's investment in Saudi Arabia and building a data center. Is that, I'm not sure if I understand.
Yes, I mean the cloud system, it would be in Saudi Arabia some in the near future.
Yeah, so maybe we can take some of that offline as well because it's a lengthier discussion, but it seems to be a topic of interest for many of our customers. They want to know when Microsoft and replace the name Microsoft with any cloud vendor, whether that's Amazon, Google, or anybody else. Organizations in Saudi Arabia, and that's not unique to Saudi Arabia, want to know when their turn is to get a data center, and that seems to be a concern related to data residency mostly, right? And
Yes.
complying with local regulations and laws. Again, like I said, it's probably a lengthier answer than what you were hoping for, so I'm not gonna address it in full. But suffice it to say that we're constantly evaluating the possibility of building a data center. That being said, the way in which Microsoft and other cloud vendors architect data centers, and because of the failover capabilities that those require, data would in any case always replicate to another data center within a broader region, which then would sort of defeat the purpose of having the data center just for data residency purposes. So again, let's discuss that offline if you will, or if it's a broad topic of interest, then we can do so. But I think it requires us to double click more on the specifics of your requirement. It's more of a vendor discussion than a general security discussion.
Thank you. نشكر المشاركون في هذه الجلسة المهندس رومان سميث والمهندس ألين كلاس والمهندس منهل مسامح. الآن ندعو مدير عام الخدمات المساندة بالهيئة الملكية بالجبيل والمشرف العام على المؤتمر المهندس عبد الله الحربي لتكريم المشاركين في هذه الجلسة. أولاً المهندس رومان سميث. المهندس ألين كلاس. المهندس منهل مسامح. شكرا لكم جميعا. نتوقف وإياكم لساعة قصيرة لأداء الصلاة، ومن ثم نعاود استئناف جلساتنا والتي ستبدأ في تمام الساعة 12:00. العنزي كان موجود هنا
تحريك المحتوى صح؟
والله انا ما ادري من عن طريق الماكس تقريبا عاد انتم اي تسالون
اي لا بس انا بتاكد هل في برنامج عندكم مختلف
لا
او
هو
شيء؟
حسب الترتيب يصير كل واحد يجي المختص عشان يعطيك سلايد حقك.
تمام. اي لا سليم مو حلو الشاشه موجوده هذه فيها شعار ممتاز.
عشان ندور عليك سمع تفضل. أهلا بكم من جديد في الجلسة الثالثة من مؤتمر الجبيل الأول لأمن المعلومات. كان من المقرر نبدأ الساعة 12 ولكن تأخرنا ثلث ساعة، فإن شاء الله نحاول نعوضكم إياها إن شاء الله في نهاية الجلسة. يشارك معنا في هذه الجلسة المهندس خالد المطيري من شركة سابك، والمهندس حمد العنزي من شركة شرق، والمهندس راني حميصي من بالو ألتو نتوركس، والمهندس خالد العمري من سبكيم، والمهندسة جين روي من إيرنتس أند يونغ مينا، والمهندس رياض الحسيني من شركة الصحراء للبتروكيماويات، والمهندس محمد الخلف من شركة سابك. نبدأ طبعا هذه الجلسة مع المهندس خالد المطيري وورقة عمل تحت عنوان Managing Cyber Security The Big Picture. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I will try to make my presentation as interesting as possible. I will try to avoid statistics. I will not scare you about cybersecurity and the risks, but I will try to make it, after the presentation will be almost relieved, inshallah. Cybersecurity management, the big picture. Who agree that cybersecurity is an overwhelming area? Lots of threats, lots of issues, convincing management for budgets, convincing people and to do the right thing, investing, projects, processes, systems, vendors want to sell, people leaving, new processes, new business requirements. Does that sound familiar to you? Is it? Okay, so we'll seek your feedback after the presentation, inshallah, and see if that's still an issue. Okay, so starting with myself, I'll not talk about myself for a long time. I'm from SABIC. I'm having 13 years experience in IT, 9 of which in cybersecurity, and currently I'm managing the global IT security program and governance for SABIC Global, inshallah. Next, I would like to ask you a question. Who wants to be in this place? Who? No one. Why? It's not clear, right? Okay, we'll see. We'll refer back to this photo at the end of the slides and see if you still want to be there or not. Cybersecurity management. How? How we manage cybersecurity? Okay, there are lots of jargon there. Security analytics, risk management, firewalls, DLP, ISO, threats, incident, lots of things, right? It's quite overwhelming if we try to tackle all these issues at the same time and you don't do important than the other, how to focus, how to connect them together. It's going to be a tough job, right? I agree with you. So let's see how we can tackle this. But before that, let's look at symptoms of bad security management. What are the signs that you can tell or can see and you can tell that we are managing cybersecurity in the wrong way? You are driven by fear. So you just work because you are afraid, and vendors giving you scary stuff and sometimes irrelevant statistics to sell you services or sell. This is what direct and to do things. That's a bad cybersecurity management. A mindset. It is an IT issue. So go fix it, IT, it's your problem, or you believe that it is an IT issue if you are from IT. So that's a sign of bad cybersecurity management. There are lots of, since you are driven by vendors, you are just buying stuff, throw them in new environment, and at the end of the day, you figure out there are some duplicate controls in your environment, doing the same thing or almost the same thing. Security metrics are basics, or most of the time, missing. So just delivering security and you don't do measurements, and if you do, you put, this is how many spams that we have received last year. What you can get out of that? Nothing. Majority of actions are ad hoc or reactive. Just every day, new issues, new actions, day after day, action after action after action. And sometimes business or IT or others, they're pushing things on you and just responding and just try to, like a firefighting situation. There's a fire, go ahead and make it down. That's it. This is your job. The security approach is not comprehensive. You find yourself focusing on an area and leaving major areas in your environment. There is no single authoritative asset inventory. And the result of that, you are trying to protect everything. I don't know what's critical, what's important for the business. So what I will do, try to protect everything. Security knows that there are unresolved security gaps. And the reason they know, because they are big. However, they are busy with the ad hoc stuff. So they know that there are areas that there are big security gaps, but you know that's difficult, requires planning, requires lots of work, lots of negotiations, whatever. So instead of doing that, and as a human being, we go for the quick fixes and leaving the big stuff. At the end, the results, there are frequent major security incidents, and we don't learn from them. Major security incident after major security incidents, fighting, and there's no improvement. So these are the symptoms for the cybersecurity management. Okay, how we can resolve that? And I believe some of you, at least having one or more, if not more, all of them in their organization. And this, by the way, applies to any size of the organization, if you are small, medium, or big. At the end, it's the mindset and the way you work. So, how we change that? We need to change our way for looking to cybersecurity. I liked Abdul Blahid comment today morning when there was a panel. He said, cybersecurity is business. It's not an IT business. Cybersecurity risk, something important for the business. And if we continue treating it as an IT issue, you will be having the same issues as you have seen in the last slide. So we need to treat it as a business risk because, in fact, it is a business risk. And we have seen it, certain organizations, they got impacted, and the whole business impacted. Sometimes reputation impacted, sometimes your brand, your operations, your financials, many things, even data loss, and sometimes obligation and things related to compliance concerns. So it's not anymore an IT issue, it is a business issue. That's why we need to treat it as a business risk. Before we talk about risk, I would like to show you what is, and maybe some of you are already familiar on this, the risk management ecosystem. So to show you how things are related. So from risk, and this is the risk, and this we can call it cybersecurity risk. And here is our asset. So how the risk is increasing, decreasing, whatever. So let's have a look at this slide. So you have a threat, and the threat against your asset increases your risk. So, and the asset residing in certain systems, certain locations, and certain places, which sometimes they have vulnerabilities. The higher the vulnerabilities, or the critical ones, that also will increase the risk. So threat acts on vulnerability, which exposes assets, and the asset has, not all the assets have the same severity. So some of them having high severity or sensitivity, some other low. So the higher the sensitivity of that asset, the higher the risk. How we can reduce the risk? You need to diagnose and provide the protective requirements, which would result in controls that, if being applied, will reduce the risk. Is that clear? Okay, so let's move into my view, how we manage cybersecurity. So as I've said, cybersecurity, the core business of it is risk. Looking at it as a business risk, and the core thing to treat it is through risk management. But how to do it? I will show you a framework that can help you, from my own view, how you can manage that. First of all, you need to start with strategy and planning. What do you mean by strategy and planning? And by the way, this is somehow, some of the terms I got it from SAPSA. If you are not familiar with SAPSA, you can research for it. So it's a business-driven methodology for managing cybersecurity. So you need to start with strategy and planning. This stage, it's very critical. If you don't do it, then you will be having issues and you will be having bad security management. What do you mean by that? In this situation or this stage, you need to understand your business. You cannot anymore look for security controls, new security solutions, embed them, and try to protect everything. That times have gone. you need to understand your business. You need to speak with the business, understand what's important for them. For processes, for assets, even for technology, what's their business requirement? At the end of the day, you want to enable the business. Cybersecurity, at the end, the core of it or the result is enabling business. It's not just, security guy, do your security thing and that's it. So that's number one. Once you understand your business, for sure, you will understand what are the critical assets for your business. That could be information, could be systems, or could be anything. Or intellectual property as another example. So once you understand your business, also you will understand the assets and what are the things that impact that asset. People, process, technology, I believe everyone knows about that. I will not spend time explaining those three triangles. Now, very important aspect is threat intelligence. Imad mentioned in the panel discussion that one of the key things is understanding your threats. You need to invest in time and effort, and if sometimes in money, to understand the threats around your business. If you don't know it, then sometimes you'll find yourself treating a threat or treating something that has nothing to do with your business. Like someone who's trying to treat theft of PCI or credit card, and your business, or even your business, doesn't use the credit card to conduct their business. Their customers actually working through finance payments and through banking. It's not through the credit card. So why you are trying to protect something that's not a threat on you? So that's a key thing, to understand the threats around your business. So either insider threat or outsider threat, and you need to keep that continuous. Now you understand your business, your assets, things around the assets and the threats around. This is the time to conduct the risk assessment. And this is a very key situation, and I have seen many security people or IT try to avoid this or try to make it fast. Sometimes subjectivity enters here. Okay, I got it, I know what's the threat, and let's do 1, 2, 3, and that will resolve the problem. No. This time you need to do really a risk assessment, combining all the issues, the vulnerabilities around your technologies, the processes, or even people, and also to come up with what is the risk level for my organization. From there, once you understand the risk level, you will be able to define the controls. And the controls, and by the way, those NIST call them functions. I would like to call them controls. So identify is very important step to identify the risk, and it's associated with the risk assessment, where the rest are mainly like the controls. So the controls, again, there is a methodology and approach for defining the controls to reduce the risk. Don't look at one aspect. You need to consider process, technology, and people when you define the controls. There are some controls applied to people, so awareness, invest in people, educating them. Things related to process, improve the process, making sure it's linked with the other items. And even technology, which most of the people focus on them when defining controls. And one important thing, I like Ramon, I forget the name of the person who defined that all what we think is protective. There are other controls, people quite often forget them, which are detect. We need to have controls to detect and controls to respond, and more importantly, to recover. And I believe we have two guys here to talk about recovery and resiliency, so let's not spend time on them. So I believe they will adding value when they explain it more in their sessions. So we have defined what is the risk level, conducted the risk assessment. Now everything is clear for you, and action need to start. That's why implement need to kick in. Implement could be tactical or strategical. Things could be quick fixes. Someone need to do 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Or sometimes you need long-term or strategic project to achieve that. Once done, you will go to the manage and maintain, who the team will maintain the controls. And one important aspect is the assurance. Assurance, I think many people or many organizations forget them and they understand them wrong. Assurance could have 3 areas. things related to legislation, so you need to comply with certain legislation things related to data protection or whatever, depending on your country or whatever. And things related to management, and this is applied to what you have chosen as a standard or what you have chosen as a framework, whatever. And finally, the technical assurance, where pen testing is there to ensure that the controls are doing the things that it's supposed to do. So pen testing, ensuring that people are following the processes, ensuring that people are doing, following what have been defined early stages. Metrics. There's a saying that you cannot improve what you cannot measure, right? And we are in IT, we are having issues here to define what are the metrics that we want. 5 minutes? Okay, so I'll make it fast. So to define the metrics, meaningful metrics, consistent metrics that could help you to drive and to make decisions and to improve your controls. Finally, and very importantly, govern and communicate. You need to govern the whole process, and you need to be able to communicate in a simple language with the business. And this is a key area to connect with the business. Security people talk results and all of that, and they don't get it, and they will either throw money on them and give them accountability, or they will say, no, it's not clear for me, I'm not interested to invest in the amount of money. You need time to communicating improvements, measurements, and all of that. So, if you apply a framework and follow through, what are the symptoms for good security management? Your risk level, while following a well-structured management framework, it's no more an IT issue, it is a business risk. Having a well-structured view and an architecture for controls placement, so ad hoc, implement things, you'll be having structured way, knowing the gaps and try to mitigate those gaps, all in a comprehensive manner. Majority of your actions are risk-driven, either strategic or tactical, with clear prioritization, which already matched with the risk exposure you have. There are an authoritative asset inventory. You understand what are the assets you have and the criticality of them, which one will take more attention. Few major security incidents with faster and well-managed response. So it's not about, am I going to be attacked? It's about, that's good, but also how you are going to respond, how fast you respond, how fast you recover your service. That's certain aspect that people forget. You're having meaningful security metrics that leads to improvements and decision making. Going back to this place, most of people, they said, I don't want to be in this place. So let's do something here. If you add certain colors, that as you have seen in that view, so now it became more attractive, isn't it? So you have just injected things, you put it, give things more meaningful ideas. And if we have a framework having the big picture of how to manage cybersecurity, I believe you want to be in this place. Now you have the big picture. You can choose where you go, what to do, once you have the big picture clear for you, how to manage it. Takeaways. So our goal is to identify, reduce, and manage cybersecurity risks effectively and in a comprehensive manner. So this is a key goal that everyone within IT, cybersecurity, or even business need to consider this goal. Number 2, adopt a framework, regardless. You want to follow SAPSAC, COBIT, NIST, CIS, whatever. You need to have a framework and start from wherever you are. Don't try to jump, I want to be like SABIC, I want to be like this company. No, start from wherever you are, work in risk management, identify what's the risk exposure related to your business, and based on that, start working, following a framework that nobody can go away from it. Thirdly, managing cybersecurity might be seen as overwhelming and tough sometimes. However, it is possible once you see the big picture. It's not a destination. It's no more a destination. It's a journey. please choose to enjoy that journey. How? Once you have things clear for you, with clear prioritization, speak the language of business, connect with everyone, that will be a journey, and that I'm sure that you will enjoy it once it's clear for you. So with that, thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy working in cybersecurity and managing it well. I'll be available during that 10 minutes questions if there are any questions after the all sessions, inshallah. Thank you.
نشكر المهندس خالد المطيري، وندعو المهندس حامد العنزي من شركة شرق لتقديم ورقة العمل التي تحمل العنوان Implementation of Cybersecurity Robust Policy and Enhancement System Vulnerability.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the Royal Commission and the Organization Committee for arranging such important forum to protect our asset. First, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Hamid Al-Anizi. I'm a control system manager. I'm a little bit away from IT, but I present the assets which Khalid mentioned earlier on the pyramid. So to be ensure that our assets are fully secure, we work with our IT business vendors to ensure that we have all the security in place. But also, we as end user, we have to also see any gaps are there inside our industrial network. So here, it is a small success story we have done in Shark to evaluate our firewall vulnerability in terms of the overall protection. So first, introduction about the outline. We'll talk about introduction, type of cybersecurity threats, what is the OPC we are using in our industrial network, DCOM and the firewall. We'll talk a little bit about firewall ports and dangers associated with many open ports. Also, the application we have done, the Tenera software, which to fix the vulnerability on the firewall. At the end, we'll summarize about the conclusion. Cybersecurity, as everybody knows, it is a body of technologies, processes, and practices designed to protect networks, computers, program, and data from attacks, damage, or unauthorized access. In a computing context, security includes both cybersecurity and physical security. The firewall, as everybody knows, I'm sure all audience know, it is a network security system designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from private network. Network firewalls are frequently used to prevent unauthorized internet users from accessing private networks connected to the internet, especially within the intranet. So this is our OPC. We are using very widely in our control system to communicate from system to system or from controller to controller. We are using the OPC communication. So it is a software interface stands that allows Windows programs to communicate with industrial hardware devices. OPC is implemented in server client pairs. The OPC software, the server, is a software program which converts the hardware communication protocol used by the PLC into the OPC protocol. The OPC client software is any program that uses the OPC server. So the OPC is the way we communicate from PLC to a PLC outside the network. The DCOM is Distributed Component Object Model. It's a set of Microsoft concept and the program interface in which client program object can request services from server program object on other computers in a network. So it is very important for the OPC, the data access in OPC, to have the communication through DCOM.
and this is how we are using our OPC communication through our vendors to connect from server to client. So the difference between the DCOM and the COM is clearly mentioned here, with more option and features in the DCOM connectivity. Most of our systems are connected through DCOM application. Of course, we have a firewall in our industrial network which connects our plant information management system to see our plant data, the DCS and the other network. So we are using a firewall which is outside the SABIC IT network. We are controlling and managing. So in this firewall, because we are using OPC DCOM communication, we had to open a lot of ports because of this option. So the first type of firewall was packet filter, which looks at the network address and ports. And because of this, we have to open a lot of ports to establish the communication for OPC. So as everybody know, I'm sure with our IT team here, opening ports in firewall is really almost useless. But this is something we had to do since we are communicating with OPC. So I will go quickly about the dangers of open ports in a firewall. Everybody is very familiar. So what we decided is to go with a new software. It's called Tunneler. The Tunneler is an OPC application which allows only system to system to communicate through OPC Tunneler, and this is more safe than the DCOM application. So with the installation of Tunneler software in between both the client and server, instead of opening a wide range of ports, we managed to have a more secure and safe firewalls in our industrial network. So as a small conclusion, is the OPC Tunneler is the ultimate solution for our OPC communication, especially for plant information management system. And that's, I would like to share this information to all of our assets or plant owner in our community. So the OPC Tunneler is eliminate DCOM hassles, inter-domain OPC communication, firewall compatible, control timeouts, the tunnel through firewalls across DMZ, which increase the security. It is vendor independent and easy to use. Thank you very much. طيب خلينا بس نشكر المهندس حامد العنزي اللي خلص قبل الوقت، ونرحب بالمهندس راني حميصي واللي بيشارك من شركة بالو ألتو نتوركس بورقة عمل تحمل عنوان The Rise of Ransomware. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. سامعيني هيك ولا لازم مايكروفون؟ لازم؟ كنت بدي انزل لعندكم. وهلا تمام. السلام عليكم. راني حميصي من شركة Palo Alto Networks. My role in Palo Alto Networks is to cover a very big region. So if you see, I am a regional manager for emerging markets, and that market is actually all the countries, North Africa, Turkey, Levant, Gulf, and Saudi Arabia. So that's a very big region to cover. And I've been in my role for almost 2 years now. And I can tell you, wherever I go, any country I visit, Saudi, Qatar, UAE, Turkey, Egypt, anywhere I go, ransomware is always top of mind. It's something that is common in between all the countries, even though every country has its own set of challenges when it comes to cybersecurity. So when it comes to Saudi, for example, we talk a lot about Shamoon and the cousins of Shamoon. In other areas, there are other types of threats, banking, SWIFT network attacks and all, but ransomware is the only common threat across all of these countries. And what we'll do today is we'll dive a bit deeper to talk about ransomware. So first, let's talk a bit about some of the coverage. This is some international coverage about ransomware. FBI is saying that ransomware is expected to grow. One of the Hollywood hospitals were hit by ransomware. And the third one, which is an interesting one, is that the triads, if you're not familiar with the triads are the Chinese mafia. Even the triads now are not safe from ransomware. So let's first start with defining what ransomware is. And ransomware is actually a criminal business model, right? That is what is the most important part of it. It's not just a single family of malware, it's a criminal business model. And actually, it is a very profitable criminal business model. And we'll talk about the numbers within the slides. But first, let me show you this. I hope you can see. I'll read a bit of it. Dear customer, it is time to pay for your software. iCase from PC Cyborg Corporation. This is the first ransomware attack in the world. Okay, this is a screenshot from the first ransomware attack in the world. Anyone care to guess what year this was? 2015? 2010? No guesses? 8? Lower? Lower? Close? Earlier? 1989. Okay, 89. This is before the internet was even invented. So what happened actually was a research on the AIDS virus, okay, SIDA. And he was looking for funding, and after many rounds of discussions, he was refused funding. So what he decided to do is to create his own malware. And he started creating, if you remember in 1989, 400 megahertz CPU, couple of kilobytes of RAM, and there used to be the floppy disk. If you are young enough not to remember, then you are not as lucky as I am. So he created 20,000 copies of these floppy disks and distributed them to more than 90 countries. And all this malware did was, after your PC restarts a certain number of times, you get the pop-up screen that I just showed you. And how would you recover your files? The way you would recover your files is by sending money in a letter to a PO box in Panama. Okay? PO box 871744 in Panama. And then hope that you will get the decryption key for your files back. So that was the first one, and that was in 1989. Okay? Now things have progressed a lot since 1989. There were different forms, let's say, or cousins of ransomware that arose. So if you're familiar with these toolbars, Internet Explorer toolbars, where you would get a lot of pop-ups, some of them would say your PC is not clean, you have to pay $100 or $200 or whatever amount. That's called scareware, but there are also other forms of scareware. such as getting a prompt that says, hello, we are the Chicago police. We know you are doing something illegal. You have to pay $200. And it was so realistic that one of the people who got the screen took his PC, went to the police station, gave them his PC and said, here's $200, here's my PC. I'm not going to do anything wrong. So this was still at the infancy of ransomware, and then the ransomware model evolved. A couple of things happened between 1989 and now. First was the internet, which means you are now able to reach people that you cannot traditionally reach without leaving your home. Encryption became much more sophisticated. So the AIDS malware, for example, there was no encryption. What actually happened was a change in the names of the files. But now you can encrypt, the encryption is now very strong that it's almost impossible for you to decrypt the files. And the last and most important thing that happened within that period is Bitcoin. So a lot of the ransomware campaigns were being tracked and followed and stopped because they were using credit cards and they were using bank transactions, which you could trace. But with the introduction of Bitcoin, the attackers now have a way to get paid without being traced. And that really gave rise to a lot of ransomware attacks. And of course, within all of that, what also helped in the rise of the ransomware was a lack of protection by the traditional security vendors that you are using on. So if you look at the antivirus model of writing signatures, it was not able to cope with the amount of new ransomware attacks that are being generated. So I'll give you a bit of information. We are a co-founder of the Cyber Threat Alliance, and the Cyber Threat Alliance is co-founded by these 4 companies. You might know them: Palo Alto Networks, Intel Security, currently now McAfee, Symantec, and Fortinet. And what we did is we said we want to understand what is the global impact of ransomware. So we did a study. We said, okay, let's take this on and we'll see where we reached. And we did a study on one of the ransomware families called CryptoWall version 3. Okay? CryptoWall version 3, all on its own, created a total damage of $325 million. Yeah, $325 million. This is not the money that the attackers made. This is the global damage inflicted by this CryptoWall version 3. 44% of the victims paid up, 30.7% had exploit delivery. On my way here today, I wanted to try and understand if there are now figures behind how much people are making on ransomware. And I found a new figure. So first of all, $325 million. This is the total damage done by CryptoWall version 3 in 2015. In 2016, global total damage of ransomware is more than $1 billion. Okay? Now, there was an article in MSNBC that talked about the money made in ransomware in Q1 2016. Q1 2016 only, and that was $209 million. Global ransomware. This is a very big business. And now if you talk about ransomware, there is ransomware for a service. You can rent ransomware. From ransomware providers. And you also have support pages for the attackers. So not only are the attackers targeting certain organizations, but also they are selling it. And they're saying, you want to customize this, you want to attack healthcare within this city, we will help you to customize that also. So it's becoming a very proliferating model, and because it's very profitable, it's growing more and more and more. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So from a Palo Alto perspective, we wanted to try and quantify also this type of threat. And if we look at the amount of ransomware that we see within our database, we see more than 30 families of crypto ransomware that we track, more than 30 families. Now, these 30 families have more than 1 million unique samples. 1 million unique samples means you have to write more than 1 million signatures on your AV. And that really poses a very big problem. And we're only talking about ransomware here. We're not talking about other forms of attacks. Yeah? So that really is another indication of the problem. And then another way also of looking at the shortcomings of how people are trying to defend from ransomware, we said, okay, we'll take 1 month sample of all the attacks, of all the files that we see in our global sandbox. This is 71.9. And then we said, okay, how many do we see as bad? And we can see out of these 71.9, we see 5.3 malicious samples. Now, we said, okay, how much does the top 6 AV guys combined detect? And we went through VirusTotal, we did this exercise, and they only detect 2 million. Which means if you have all the top 6 AV softwares installed on your PC, they will only detect the 2 million, and we will detect much more than that. And that is another demonstration of how really the current approach is actually failing, right? So that is 37.5% success rate, and that's very low, right? And that is why you see ransomware succeeding and growing, right? I have a cow, a very good cow, that's bringing me very good milk. I'm just going to grow it because it's very profitable, okay? So that is the problem, and that is really the size of ransomware, but it's not hopeless, right? We can stop ransomware, but what we need to do is we need to have the right approach to dealing with ransomware, and we'll talk about that. So first of all, there are 3 things you can do with ransomware. First of all is preparation. What could be a good form of preparation for ransomware? Backup. Yes, backup. So backup is a very good way to prepare for ransomware, right? I have a backup, I'm not worried. So if I'm actually attacked, I can go and restore. The problem with backup sometimes is time consuming. And if you have 200 servers that you need to restore, that's also very, very time consuming. But yes, backup is a very good way to prepare for ransomware. The second thing that you can do with ransomware is to try and stop it, right? And we'll talk about in details how you can try to stop the ransomware attack. And the third one, which is you've already been attacked, what can you do? And that would be response. So one of the things you can do is pay, right? Paying is one of them. Other forms of response could be you trying to decrypt the file, potentially, okay? Problem with paying, when you pay, if you're talking about Bitcoins and you don't have Bitcoins available to you, it takes some time. It takes a couple of days for you to create a Bitcoin account, send the money to the bank, get the Bitcoins, you know? To set that up takes days. And if you are a hospital and your surgeries are stopped, and you have to wait 3 days, that just doesn't work, right? So we are in the security industry, we are cybersecurity professionals. We are here, and we're going to talk a bit more about prevention. So to prevent ransomware, first of all, we need to understand what are the attack vectors. Second of all, we need to understand how these attacks are reaching us, okay? And third, how are we able to block? Okay, so first of all, attack vectors. Number 1, exploits. Anyone familiar with exploits? No one is familiar with exploits. Yes, panel is doing a very good job. Exploits. Exploits, if you know about Microsoft Patch Tuesday, which is the second Tuesday of every month, there is patching. And what patching does is it does 2 things. First, if there is instability in the software, it fixes that. Second, if you have a security hole in the software, that is plugged. And when there is a security hole and someone misuses that security hole, this is called exploitation. Okay? And a lot of the attacks start by exploitation. So exploits. The second one is macros. Macros on their own are not that bad, but the way that macros are being used in ransomware attacks is what's making them bad. And actually what really happens is macros are being tied to bad executables that actually do the encryption, right? And all of these, between exploits, macros, and executables, these are the ones that are breaking the current defenses of the antivirus signatures, right? These are the ones. This is how they bypass your current defenses, okay? So these are the attack vectors. Now, if we talk about the delivery methods, meaning how do these exploits or how do these executables reach us? Well, they reach us in 3 ways. First, exploit kits. Exploit kits are a very smart, evil smart way of making exploits easy. So rather than you trying to understand what a vulnerability on Internet Explorer or Google Chrome is, you go to someone who creates an exploit kit, and the exploit kit says, you know what, if he's running Internet Explorer, I will break him. If he's running Google Chrome, I will take care of exploiting him. So it automates the exploitation process, and we have a very nice white paper about exploit kits. These are very serious networks. There are very serious networks of exploit kits. So that's one, and all you would need to do is go to a website or maybe even press on an advertisement. And then it takes you, and then you're exploited. The second method of delivery is emails. And emails are a very, very common way of delivering the malicious files. And the third one is drive-by downloads. And drive-by downloads are links, or let's say email links, that when you press on them, you go to a certain website that attacks you, right? It does an exploit and then continues the process of breaking into your computer. This is an example of a ransomware email that I received. This is on my personal Gmail account. And what you see here is the attachment, original docs.scr. Who knows what SCR files are? Screensavers, yes. What a lot of people don't know about screensavers is they are as bad as executables, okay? And a lot of people allow this, okay? And the moment that you run this, there's a very high chance that the attack is gonna succeed, okay? And you can see generally the content of a ransomware email is very attractive. Please find attached the draft for the order. Oh, I have an order, I have some money coming in. I'm gonna be tempted to open this file, right? And the name is original docs, so I may skip the fact that it's an SCR and it's not an actual Word file. This is a more sophisticated ransomware example, but this one is more sophisticated because it's got Vice President of Human Resources and the name. Draft documents enclosed for your review. Yeah? 5 minutes, yes. Okay, so they are what they do is they go on LinkedIn, they find your title and the company you're working on, and they send you the email. Okay, so how do we block? You can see there are multiple attack vectors, multiple delivery methods, and if you want to block, you have to do a good job stopping them on the perimeter of your network, in your cloud, if you have some form of Office 365 or Box.com or others, and on the endpoints. And the way that we would recommend you do that is first by reducing the attack circle. This, all it means is I have a big window that people can enter, and I just need to make that window smaller. Second thing is to prevent any known threats that we know about. And the third one, and the most difficult one, is to prevent unknown threats. Okay? So when it comes to reducing the attack circle surface, it's about blocking unknown traffic, blocking bad URLs, simple things. SSL encryption. Yeah? SSL encryption. How do a lot of attacks bypass firewalls? They use SSL, because not a lot of people use SSL encryption. Yeah? That's a very easy way to do that. In the cloud, you shouldn't have dangerous file types. And there is a lot of things you can do on the endpoint to extend zero trust policies to endpoints. On our website, you can find those details also. Second thing is to prevent known threats. So if I know anything, a bad URL or a bad exploit or a bad command and control center, I should stop it on the perimeter. I should stop the storage or transmission of files containing exploits in my cloud. And I should block the execution of any bad malware or exploit on my endpoint, right? Simple things to do. that will simplify this. And the hardest part is this: prevent unknown threats. And what you need to do here is you need to control traffic on your perimeter, make sure you understand the context, and create some proactive protection. On the cloud, make sure that you're scanning your cloud storage for any malicious files. And last but not least, and this is your last line of defense, is block the execution of malwares even if they are 0 days. You need to have a way to block that automatically. And also block all unknown and 0-day exploits. Okay, so when it comes to Palo Alto Networks, we have the tools to do all of this. And we do it from the network, from the perimeter, from the SaaS, and on the endpoint. If you want more details, we are available. You're welcome to come and talk to us. But let me, before I close, look at this problem in another way and see what the other industries are actually doing. Okay? Do we have banks here? Any banks? Western region, maybe. Not. Okay, no banks. Financial industry, right? Someone breaks into your safe. Someone breaks into your safe, okay? And then the alarm turns on, all right? Now, anything you do after the alarm turns on is containment. Stop them from going into the other safe. Stop them from going to the other branch. Stop them from taking the money and leaving. Anything you do before they break into your safe is prevention, stopping them from entering, right? This is the blue part. And the one in between them entering yourself and the alarm turning on is, I call prayer time, right? I hope I bought the right alarm that's going to turn on so that I know there are bad guys in my safe, right? Now, if you ask anyone in the financial industry, you want to be red, green, or blue, where do they choose? Red, green, blue, blue, green, green? Okay. Generally, they would go for blue, except for maybe 2 people in the room. Generally, it's blue, right? Generally blue. But when it comes to cybersecurity, and you talk about a ransomware attack succeeding, a lot of the tools that we have today are not in the blue part, right? And what we need to do is we need to improve that. So anything you do after finding out that you have been attacked or that the files are encrypted is red. Remediation, indicators of compromise, containment, blocking them from accessing the network, clean up the machine. This is all red. When it comes to ransomware, it's only a matter of time for you to find out that your files are encrypted. And everything you do before the attack succeeds is prevention. So the question is, where do we want to be? Today, a lot of the tools sit in the red, but we need to have better tools on the blue. And that's what we are trying to do within Palo Alto Networks, give you more tools for prevention. Okay? So in closing, and in the wise words of our friend Albert Einstein, intellectuals solve problems. Geniuses prevent them. The formatting is not right. Geniuses prevent problems. Yeah? Thank you.
نشكر المهندس راني حميصي على مشاركته في هذه الجلسة، وندعو الآن المهندس خالد العمري من شركة سبكم للمشاركة بورقة عمل وتحمل عنوان IT Recovery Practical Approach from the Eye of Disaster.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Oh, so you are awake? Okay, good afternoon then. My name is Khalid Al-Amri. I am the section head of Kim, and today I'm going to talk about practical approach actually for recovery. So it was actually 26th of November. We call it actually Black Saturday. I was enjoying my breakfast at that time, and I remember actually I have shayt al-gima. So tea, you have to translate it then. I got actually many calls from the support team are getting black screen. At first, actually, honestly, I thought that this black screen was due to a bad patch from one of the vendors, okay? And I told them, okay, let's re-image those machines if this is going to solve the issue. After a while, actually, we found out that those black screen start spreading, start increasing. And we actually realized, we realized lately that this is something unusual, okay? Honestly, we never thought that this is going to be attack because, actually, if we compare ourselves to big companies like Sabic, Aramco, whatever, maybe they are a good fit actually for an attack. But for us, maybe we never actually thought that we were going to be attacked from that point. And after a while, actually, we realized lately that this is actually an attack. And we found out that we lost hundreds of PCs, laptops, servers, and hundreds actually of terabytes of data. Now, at that stage, actually, there was like a complete process of dealing with such a cyber attack. But honestly, because of the constraint of the time, I will be talking only about the recovery side, because this actually cycle goes from the investigation to the contamination to the recovery. But today, actually, I'm going only to focus about the recovery. These are typical things that we did actually. We secured the internet, we isolated the network, we isolated unaffected services, informed SIPCM staff, started investigation. And this actually needs a presentation by itself for each side. So I just want to focus on very important thing about this. Very, very important thing. It has nothing to do with cybersecurity. It has nothing to do with recovery. It has nothing to do actually with anything about that. It is comparatively easy to recover system, but very difficult to recover team's motivation. Honestly, this is one thing that we learn out of that disaster. If you keep actually motivating your people while doing actually the recovery, while doing things, and start actually avoiding blaming people, blaming actually things, saying that why we did that wrong, during that time actually of recovery or disaster, you don't want your people to be in that situation. You have to motivate them. And the more actually you motivate your people, the more or the fast you will be able to recover. We saw actually so many organizations, they were actually taking around months and months actually to recover. And the main issue for them, it was not about technology, it was not about the people, but it was about motivation. So if you start motivating your people, they will work for you. They will work day and night until they recover. I remember actually in our situation, we have our people. I'm not bragging about that, but I'm saying actually this is what happened. We motivate our people during that recovery or that disaster. And honestly, people were staying actually 24 hours in the office. They sleep only 4 or 5 hours and then come back and do the things. This is not because of SIPCM, not because of me, but because we deal with them actually very, very, professionally. We deal with them actually in a very good way so that we take actually that advantage of this and we could recover, alhamdulillah, within a very timely manner. Key takeaway. So I'm going to present right now maybe 20 slides or so. It's about key takeaways. Now, these things actually we come across and we found it actually useful. Some of them actually we learned it actually the hard way. Okay, and I wish that you actually make use of them. I am not actually saying that you should be going through the same situation as we did and we have a disaster in order to learn these things, but I'm saying that these are key things that we take it out of the recovery actually when we did it actually for our situation. First of all, don't touch the defective storage, and this is very important. Now, whenever actually you have a defective storage that's been attacked by a malware or whatever, don't try to touch the original one. You have to do always the recovery in a different storage, different LAN, different volume, whatever. Don't touch the original one, because touching that, changing only a single bit of the original storage or whatever, this is going to make your life harder. It will make even the recovery more worse and worse. So don't touch the defective storage at first. Replace the hard disk for the user immediately and keep the user recovery for later stage. At that stage, actually, if you have thousands of computers actually being attacked, you don't want actually to spend a lot of time just to convince the user to stay away because you are busy actually with many things. You are busy actually with servers, with many important application, mission critical application. So in order just to keep the users actually doing the work, It will be actually for us, what we did actually is we replaced actually the hard disk, re-imaged the hard disk. Actually, we bought actually new hard disk and re-imaged them. We put them actually, we plug them actually on the user computer. We took out actually all the defective hard disk. We keep them away actually for later recovery. We may actually make the recovery for the end user later, but at least get the user actually start working instead of playing solitaire. Okay. While preparing the image of the server for desktop, keep the data on any drive other than the OS drive. We actually found that this is actually very practical. It works for us. When we put actually the profile of the user on any drive other than the OS drive, it will be very easy actually for you to recover. And this is actually something that we came across when we did actually the recovery. Backup and recovery virtual server. Backing up and recovering of virtual servers are much easier than the physical ones. And alhamdulillah, in our case, it was about the virtual workloads was about 95%. So we were actually lucky at that time. We found out that recovering virtual servers is very much easier and it will be actually you are very lucky actually to have a virtual server to recover rather than going through the hassle of physical servers. Have a synchronous replication of your backup storage system, and this is very important. Now imagine that you've been attacked and the attacker actually get into your network by any means and start doing bad things on your first or whatever actually storage he's working on or whatever, and you have synchronous. So if you have a synchronous actually replication of your DR, that means any bad things that will happen on site A, it will get immediate replication on site B. And I don't think anyone actually would need to be in that situation. Now the attack could be a malware, normal malware, but sometimes and many times it could be actually a targeted or multi-vector of attacks where the attacker get into your network physically, he has the full credential, and he start actually deleting the LANs, deleting actually the volumes, deleting the storage, and you don't want actually this to be get replicated actually on other side. So make actually the synchronization, make actually the replication asynchronous instead of synchronous, so that at least you have a time, lab 12 hours or 24 hours, so that you can at least recover from the other side instead of losing both sides. Don't trust hardware vendor. Did I say any one of those? Or? Right. Don't trust hardware vendor to do the recovery for you and get the system recovered by a specialized recovery agent. And this is very, very important thing. Hardware vendor can recover actually their appliance or their hardware actually very perfectly. But they are not specialized in doing data recovery residing in your hard disk. That's why you need to contact a data recovery specialized agent to do the data recovery, not the hardware vendor. Unless the hardware vendor has a special section or a special actually group who do actually the data recovery. Do not rely on your backup system only for recovery. Okay, I have a question here. Now, if I'm not going to rely on my backup system only for recovery, what other things that I can think of, what other things that we can think of that can help us during the disaster if we have, for example, the backup failed? Sorry? Disaster recovery, okay, other than disaster recovery. Okay, if you want me to answer this question, I will ask you for 1,000 riyal. Cheap? 1,000? Right. Now, use storage volume LAN regular snapshot, and this is actually very practical. If you have, for example, storage, and you have volume on that storage, use snapshot for those LANs and keep that snapshot, for example, for 24 hours. Don't expire them immediately. If the backup fails, at least you have another backup from the main storage you have. At least 24 hours or 36 hours. I know it's outdated, but getting something better than losing everything. Second thing is that make use of virtual server. If you have virtual server, do actually a regular snapshot as well for those servers, because also this is going to help you during the disaster if your backup fails. Now, third way we found it actually very interesting. This actually idea came to us from one of the companies. Now, there are actually some storage that is called compliance storage. Compliance storage means anything you write in that storage, it will not be deleted even if administrator comes and try to delete it, will not be deleted until this data pass the expire date of the retention. So for example, if I back up or put any data today, and I set the retention to be, for example, for 1 week, even if the administrator, the full administrator, come into and log into the system and try to delete that copy, he will not be able to, because this is the way that this storage works. Now, we found out one of the companies actually, they did backup, normal backup, and they make another backup, or another copy actually of their backup to that system. Okay? So they got attacked, and everything has gone. I mean, their backup, whatever. Except that storage, because actually no one, even the administrator, even the one who has a full administrative privilege, will be able to access it. They access it one, and they copy all the data, or recover all the data from that one, and they were actually online within 24 hours. They call it actually compliance storage, or sometimes they call it store or write once kind of storage. Have the recovery tools ready prior to the disaster. And this is very important. During the disaster, you don't have the time actually to try trial and error for trying actually the recovery tools. This is going to work, this is not going to work. Please have your recovery tools ready, test it before the disaster, keep them actually in a safe place, and use it during actually the disaster, because during the disaster you will not have the time to do actually trial and error and try this software or other software. Have your secured systems, credentials, system inventory, and vendor support phone number in an offline storage. Also another important thing. During the disaster, if you have everything, for example, the Excel sheet that contains the phone support for your vendor, the credential, the system inventory, whatever, if you have them, for example, in online storage, like say, for example, you have them on a shared folders, or you have them on SharePoint, or Documentum, or whatever. What if you have everything right now offline during the disaster? How will you be able actually to access those information? This is very crucial. So you need to store them, you need to have a copy of those important information and save them actually on an offline storage, so that if, for example, you don't have access to your online storage or online actually data, at least you have them offline. And this is actually very interesting, because if you have the disaster, everybody will start asking, what is the number for the support? What is the number actually for the credential? What are the credentials that should be used for that system? And at one point you said, oh, everything is SharePoint, but SharePoint is not available now. So what shall I do right now? So this is very important thing. Assume the breach anytime and plan for solid recovery. This is very important. 5 minutes. ما في رشوة. طيب. Now, I can see actually many people actually were talking about defense, putting defense, acting upon that, and doing those things. Okay, fine. Now, let me tell you one thing. You have to live with it. Honestly, you have to live. One time, I wouldn't actually pray that everybody is going to be attacked, but you have to simulate the situation, live with the concept at one time. Okay. And when you put that in a situation, when you figure out the situation, you will be able to figure out that, okay, so once you assume that breach, what are the, for example, if you have the network, at least try to contain him. At least let him actually infect certain areas. So you have actually to put this actually in your disaster plan. Now, we usually account for, during disaster planning or disaster recovery, we usually account for natural kind of disaster, like fire, like flood, like whatever. But we don't account for a psycho administrator who has full privilege and he has all the access to your network, and this is actually a situation where the attacker, he get into your network and start actually deleting legitimately, deleting actually your volume, deleting actually your storage, deleting whatever. And this happen actually in many organizations. So in your disaster recovery plan, you have to account for such psycho actually administrator by not having, for example, a single guy who has a full administrator. Even your administrators, there should be a segregation of duty. There should be like an escalation of privilege. Whenever actually an administrator needs to access certain thing, he needs to make a request. Then he will be given that privilege. he will be doing the work, and then after that he will be you have to take out the administrative for him, so that even if his administrative account being compromised, the one who attack you will not be able to actually do everything. Protect the access to your environment, storage, and backup system with one-time password and multiple vector authentication solution. This is also one of the important things. You have to have both password management system and dual factor authentication. One will not work because actually if an attacker get into your network and he has a full and he has, for example, the token for dual factor authentication by compromising your administrator, then he will be accessing everything. So in this case, you should be having dual factor authentication and the password management system. Only those two with together actually inshallah is going to protect you to a certain level. Your IT disaster recovery plan must account for cyber attack, not only for natural disaster, and we talked about this earlier. Do not on software for recovery, try other tools. Okay, don't rely on one software for recovery, try other tools, because if you, for example, try one recovery software, it didn't work for you, it is not going to be the end of life. Try others, because in our situation we found out that some of the tools worked for certain kind of data, but it didn't work actually with others. We tried others and we found out having multiple actually recovery tools would actually save you a lot of time and save your data. Place the required OS and applications, images, ISOs, DVD, copies in external or offline storage. Now, if for example, you have a disaster and you lost everything, and say for example, even the backup you lost it, and you would like right now to recover, to build your new system, you will be needing actually the operating system, and this should match the existing operating system that you had before the disaster. You will need actually the applications, the same application that you had before. Not only the applications, the same version of the application that you have, okay? You have to have all these things. So you have, now if you are on disaster, if you have this on your online storage, you will not be able to access them, okay? If you rely on downloading them from the internet, it will be difficult for you because those are hundreds of gigs. It will take some time. Not only this. Sometimes if you have an older software or application and you go to the vendor website, you will not find it there. We came across this situation. We had actually a certain version of Exchange with certain patch. We went actually to the website of Microsoft. We could not do it there. We couldn't find it there. We opened a case with Microsoft. It took us 1 day in order for Microsoft to provide us the older version so that we can download it and then install it again. See how much is the time we spent 2 or 3 days only to get the copy of the version that we want. And you can assume how many days you need actually for installation and configuration. So you have to be actually, you have to put this in consideration. All the applications that you have with certain version, you have to put it offline, and you have to have a process to maintain them, because maybe you are going to update your version on the production environment and you actually did not update the copies and you have it offline, so this is going to be a problem. So you have to maintain it with the process. Rebuild your system OS and applications whenever possible, and restore only the data. If you try as much as possible, okay, to rebuild actually the OS, rebuild the application, and just restore the data. Because if you are trying actually to restore from backup, you will never know actually if this backup is being affected or not. Maybe if you go up even 10 days or 20 days before, you'll never know from where actually the attacker start actually putting his fingerprint on your actually environment. Hard disk replicator can be very handy during the disaster. Invest on a hard disk replicator. Actually, in our case, we have multiple things. I mentioned here. We had actually a hard disk replicator for doing the replication for end user machine. We used also System Center Configuration Manager on isolated environment, where we connect actually tens of PCs and we plug actually the hard disks there, and we have actually a PC like a server, and then start deploying from the SCCM. And this is actually going to be very handy. The duplicator can duplicate, in our case, duplicate the full hard disk on about 10 minutes. So this is going to be to save your time actually during the recovery. Recovery is time consuming, so work in parallel, and this is very important. You have to make many people actually working in that actually area. Make sure you have plenty of extra storage capacity for recovery, and this is very important because, as I said earlier that if you are going to use snapshots and you are going to retain them for 24 hours or 36 hours or whatever, this is going to consume a lot of your storage. So you need to invest in the storage. Also, the snapshot that you are going to make on the virtual servers is going to take out from your storage. So you need to invest because and very important thing, during the recovery, for sure you are going to retain the original server. You are not going to delete the original server until you recover them. And in order for you to do that, you have to make sure that the recovered ones is working and it's as with the best practice. This is going to take some time. So for example, if you have 1,000 server that's been affected and you actually recover them in another 1,000 server, okay, this is going to consume a lot of storage, okay? And in this case, actually, you need, because you are not going to delete the initial one until you make sure that the other ones is working fine. So you need to invest actually on the storage. Assign only skillful or skilled engineer for recovery. So don't assume that if someone come to you, oh, the storage, I can't do it actually. It's my play, لعبتي, I can recover. No, because anything an engineer do during, the engineers do actually during the recovery, if he did something wrong, then you will not be able actually to recover the data later. So you have to be very careful in assigning actually skillful people to do actually the recovery for you, even from your team. Make sure you have, you plan for adequate internet bandwidth during the disaster to be used for downloading missing patches. During the disaster, you know, actually, you are going to disconnect all the internet, you are going to disconnect all the network or whatever. So during the disaster, you need to make sure that you have a secondary line, just in case that you need to download some patches from the internet, you need to download certain software. We are actually saying that previously that the main or the big software, you have to have it offline. But say, for example, if you'd like to download some software or some patches, then at least you have to have actually a reliable actually internet during the recovery. We tried actually 3G, 4G modem is not reliable, honestly, and doesn't provide actually sufficient bandwidth all the time. Thank you so much.
نشكر المهندس خالد العمري وندعو المهندس جين رو من شركة أرنست يونغ أند يونغ مينا للمشاركة بورقة عمل تحت عنوان سايبر ريزيلانس.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Jean Rowe. I'm with Ernst & Young's risk advisory practice. I'm based out of Abu Dhabi. Prior to that, I'm originally from Virginia, the Washington, D.C. area. And if anyone wants to talk to me after the presentation, I just want to state up front, I did not vote for Donald Trump, so you don't have to ask me that. I have been in business continuity and organizational resilience for more than 25 years. And some of you are trying to do the math now and guess my age. So I'm just going to tell you, I started working when I was 12 years old, and we will leave it at that. So let me make sure. And I've mastered technology. Very quickly, we've got 20 minutes to cover a lot of ground. I've heard a lot of stories today about cyber breaches, information security issues, disasters that have impacted both staff, causing horrible stress levels, management, leadership issues, as well as, you know, the impacts to business and to the communities that depend on you, your stakeholders. So what I'm here to talk to you about is ensuring that you have a more resilient organization, no matter what type of incident, crisis, disaster, emergency event, any type of business disruption impacts your organization. So we're going to talk about what's organizational resilience. Why should you even care? Are you prepared? What do you need? We'll talk about business continuity management and organizational resilience, and a call to action for the folks here in the room. I also wanted to let you know, as I traveled about the world, I take pictures of signs and I try to incorporate them in my presentations, because for a lot of you, business continuity and disaster recovery planning is about as interesting as watching paint dry on a wall. And so I try to make it a little bit more fun, and they also say picture's worth 1,000 words. I want to give you a little bit of my background, though. Having been in business continuity for 25 years, I'm sort of known in the industry for developing and implementing pragmatic, viable programs. Some of the organizations that I have designed the programs for include the World Bank Group, the International Monetary Fund, VeriSign, which is they manage the internet infrastructure for the world. That was an interesting role that I played as the business resilience manager. They told me, we've built so much bandwidth. We have 80 anycasted sites. We've done everything under the sun. You cannot take down the internet, Gene. I said, give me 8 weeks and a time to test it. And I actually was able to do so through employee collusion. I found 2 people who'd been at the company for years. They never took vacation, and no one really sort of knew what they did. They didn't have backups, and through the course of my work, discovered that I could put 2 and 2 together, create a disgruntled employee situation, and a malicious attack ensued. And you should have seen the looks on the faces of the staff when I had 50 staff in an emergency ops meeting or center going through this mock disaster scenario. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. So what is organizational resilience? The definition of what organizational resilience is on the screen, and I won't read it to you. But the answer, to sum it up in one sentence, is if you had any type of business disruption, it's not just the ability to survive it, but it's the ability to thrive no matter what happens to your business or your organization. So in this case, this picture was taken on the New Jersey Turnpike in the United States. And obviously somebody thought it would be a great idea for 2 people to go through the toll booth at once. And when I use this screen or use this photo at the World Bank Group, I told the human resource, I said, by the way, those are 2 male drivers. I'm just saying, it wasn't, so I got a lot of boos when I said that. But in organizational resilience, you are, by having it, you're prepared ahead of time. There's leadership, there's appropriate response, there are mechanisms for appropriate decision making, and the recovery, you want it to be as seamless to your stakeholders as possible. So that's what organizational resilience gets you. So why should you care? Because disasters really do happen. They really do. I actually took this picture in Jeddah, the flooding a few years back, from the NCB building, I believe it was. There's always risk, and if there's one thing we can count on, is there's always change. Change is constant. The threat landscape changes. The gentleman who spoke before me mentioned that there are natural disasters. Yes, there are. They're on the rise. Floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, fires, pandemics. I know that you all have experienced even the MERS virus here. 39% of people who contract that, they end up as fatalities. So there are a lot of natural disasters that we're dealing with, especially with climate change. There are also what we're talking about today. There are man-made disasters. There are cyber attacks, the Internet of Things, the ecosystem constantly changing, terrorism, system infrastructure failures, buildings are collapsing, and then social media is a disaster. I actually designed and implemented a enterprise risk management program for a cryptocurrency company dealing in blockchain and other types of fiat currencies, and very quickly ended up with a social media disaster. Dr. Basil spoke earlier this morning, and he said the key is preparedness. The key is investing in your, not just your capability, but also investing in your people and their capability. So I'd like you all to think, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands because I just want you to have a little introspective moment here. But if your organization had a disaster right this minute, you're sitting here in this conference, you're hopefully not falling asleep and I'm engaging you. But think about this. If your organization had a disaster of any kind right now, what would happen? Do you have the teams in place that are ready? They stand at the ready to respond and recover to any type of crisis or incident. Do you know who would do what? And if you can answer that question, yes, I know, then think about the people that work at your organization. Does every single person know what to do before, during, and after a disaster of any kind. By the way, that picture was taken in Australia. I wouldn't want to be without gas with 174 kilometers being the next place I can make a phone call. So let's talk about business continuity for a minute. Business continuity is having teams trained, having plans in place so that no matter what happens, you can appropriately respond and recover your business. And it's not business as usual. You actually have limited resources. So you have to understand what's the priorities for recovery, where to apply your resources. I'll give you a good example. When I was at the World Bank, we had a pandemic breakout in Mexico City. And we actually were lucky because we found an inventory of laptops that had been decommissioned that we were able to use to ship to people's homes so that they could continue the mission when, pandemics involve social distancing is the recovery strategy. So we want to make sure that we have plans in place. I want to talk to you really quickly about respond versus reacting. And we've talked a lot about reacting today. Something happens, oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do we do? If I ask you to dinner and I said, just go down the highway, take exit 91, and my house is about 1 kilometer down the street, you'll see me. And you go down the highway, and I said, please bring your family with you. Please come and have dinner with me. It's easy to find me. You get down to the end of the exit ramp, and you see this signs. You see all these signs. What do? Call me. You would call me. What's happening while you're calling me, though? There might be people, other cars behind you in the United States. They'd be beeping their horns. They might be giving you some lovely finger signals and yelling at you as well. But there's something about your stress level goes up a little bit because you don't have the direction. You don't know where to go. And you're looking at all of these signs. That's reacting. It's an emotional response. But if I had said to you, I'd love for you and your lovely family to come with me to dinner. Please come to dinner. Take the exit 91, and when you get down to the bottom of the ramp, you're going to see this huge, huge mess of signs. It's very confusing. Ignore them. Look for a sign that says 31 West. Turn right, and my house is the yellow house on the right, 1 kilometer down the road. What happens when you look at this sign? What happens when you look at all of these signs? They sort of fade in the background. You focus on West 31, and all of the other signs sort of fade in the background. That's what happens in a disaster situation. You have drama and chaos going around you, but if you have a plan in place and you know the route, the need for critical thinking is minimized. So all of those signs and the drama and chaos, it sort of fades in the background. That's what business continuity planning, having disaster recovery plans in place will do for your organization. Someone mentioned earlier that they had a slide that they'd had since, I think, 2003. I've had this one since 1992. So, but this is the timeline of what happens in a disaster, what typically happens. The green arrow are normal business activities on the left-hand side, and you have vital records. You might have paper and or electronic records that you use during the normal course of your business. And then there's the dreaded lightning bolt where something unplanned happens. Typically disasters, if they're a physical thing, the first thing that happens is ensuring the life safety and security of people on premises. So there's that emergency evacuation response. Oftentimes there is a crisis management team that would assemble to do damage assessment and determine, whether or not business has been impacted. That question mark, that yellow box in the middle, is a decision that has to be made by management of any organization. What was impacted? Staff, people, assets, technology, our business, our critical services. What happened with the information that we have now? At that point, a decision has to be made whether or not to invoke or activate business continuity plans. The top 3 boxes represent the restoration of your systems, your mainframe, your data centers. The middle are your voice and data networks, and the bottom 3 boxes represent the recovery of people. All three of those components, those types of plans, have to be integrated to ensure a transparent recovery, that it's as seamless recovery and as transparent to your stakeholders as possible. You also have to plan to resume business possibly at an alternate site. There are a lot of remote work capabilities available now. And then also you need to plan to resume business back at your home site. So that's business continuity in a nutshell. That sort of lays it out from a time perspective. There are 4 types of plans that are needed by any organization, and sometimes, if it's a small organization, they actually combine them. There, of course, are the emergency evacuation, life safety and security plans. There's a crisis management plan, which is senior management team. That's your senior leadership managing and directing the overall response and recovery efforts for the entire organization. They may have sub-teams. They may have an information security team that handles any type of cyber incidents that reports up to this senior team. Human resources plays a huge role in ensuring the care and well-being of staff that may have been impacted. Physical security if there's damage. So as you see, the crisis management team has sub-teams, but the plan is there for the executive team. Then there are business process recovery plans, and that's ensuring that your critical services, whether you have a customer call center or that you're providing services in a showroom perhaps, or you're delivering products. These are the people that handle those business processes and functions. And then the 4th type of plans are IT disaster recovery plans. We refer to in the industry a disaster recovery plan as information technology recovery. It's a holdover from the 1970s. But those are the 4 types of plans that are needed, and they all have to be integrated, because if you want to save money, you do not want to recover an application or system in 4 hours if your business requirement, if your critical services or your services said we can do without it for 24 hours. I'd like to talk to you for a second on communications, crisis communications. I would assume everyone in here has communications, internal communications, or they have a marketing or a sales department. And I would say to you, there are, and I won't throw a lot of statistics out, but it is a science-based technology communications. Everything that people learn about strategic communications and marketing and media goes out the window in a crisis. The speed at which risk and crisis communications travels. 20 years ago, if there was a disaster in the world, it would take me 24 hours to get the answers to all the questions I had. With the advent of the internet, it shrunk the window to 10 years ago to 4 hours. And now with smartphones, with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, social media, blogs, the window has shrunk to 4 minutes. So, from a crisis communications perspective, it's very, very important to have a plan ahead of time for the most probable scenarios. We're talking pre-scripted messages. They've been vetted through legal. You've made sure that you haven't neglected any of your stakeholders for the most probable scenarios. In a disaster situation, people have difficulty remembering and hearing anything that you say. People operate at a much lower educational level than what they are equipped to do. And people do not care about what you know in a crisis. Most importantly, people want to know that you care about them before they care about what you know. And I'll use a really good example. Does everybody remember the British petroleum spill in the Gulf of Mexico? I actually got a phone call asking to manage that crisis communications disaster, and I'm so glad I passed on it. It wasn't a hard choice to make, because the CEO, with all good intentions, got up and said on TV, "We're sorry. We're sorry for and I'll paraphrase, we're sorry for the damage to the environment. We're sorry we destroyed the environment, the livelihoods of the fishermen, that people are suffering from physical harm, that they're sick. We're sorry. We're sorry for the 11 lives that were lost when the platform exploded and these people were killed." And then the newscaster, she asked him another question. And all of the goodwill that he had purchased in his comments, he said, "No one wants this over more than me. I just want my life back." Do you think anybody remembered him saying we're sorry? No one. No one remembered. And that's what all the AP, all the news, Reuters, the AP Wire, everyone picked up, that BP had a very selfish CEO who just wanted his life back. He didn't care that 11 people died. He didn't care that things got destroyed permanently. So I would encourage you, if you do not have a crisis communications plan, to go back and make that part of a crisis management plan so that you can respond to your stakeholders, because you've only got 4 minutes before your brand reputation is going to be impacted. A business continuity management system. I'm giving you all the international standards. This is this is 101 in like 30 seconds or less. Organizations need to create a framework and a governance to support business continuity planning. Once that's in place, there's this repeated life cycle. It's not a one-time project, it's a program that should be embedded within the culture and framework of an organization. The first thing to do is to understand the organization, and we do that by conducting a business impact analysis, which is how I found out about that opportunity for employee collusion for my exercise later on, and conducting a risk assessment. Some of the risks that come out as a part of business continuity are not typical what you would find. We look at vital records, of course. We also look at staffing. Does anybody have someone who, like, they've been at the organization forever and no one knows what they do, but they can't take vacation? Or maybe I'm talking about you. There's opportunities to cross-train and write procedures so that does not become a single point of failure. When I was at VeriSign, I went out to one of our data centers, and I noticed in the parking lot that there was a huge chain-linked fence area in there with a lot of bomb equipment and all sorts of weird-looking things. And it's my first week there, and I walked and I said, "So who do we share this data center with?" And they said, "Oh, we rented out the other side to the United States Postal Service. They do all the suspicious package investigations." I said, "Well, we're not going to be renewing that lease, just letting you know." So, all of these people were actually carrying guns every day in and out of that building. So, and we actually had an earthquake in that building as well, which was totally unexpected, followed by a hurricane the very next week. I became very popular that week. So back to the slide, you understand the organization. The business impact analysis tells you what the priorities for recovery are. There's no guesswork what has to be recovered first, second, and third if you conduct a business impact analysis. Risk as fallout as a natural result of doing that exercise. You're then able to determine recovery strategies based on the priorities, develop and implement plans, written plans, and as it was alluded to earlier, if you got them all on SharePoint and SharePoint goes down, guess what? You better have a copy in the trunk of your car or somewhere else you can get to it. Once the plans are developed and implemented, then you get into what I call exercise and maintenance mode, and this is where you actually do mock disaster scenarios and try to find gaps in the planning. So I've given you a very quick overview of business continuity management. I'd like to talk about risk for just a second, and I'm very conscious of not running over. I'll get nervous if I see someone walking up here for the 5 minutes. So in talking about risk, there are always organizations that have overlapping risk responsibilities. You may have someone who's managing risk for information technology. You may have another group that's looking at risk from an audit perspective or enterprise risk management team. So there might be groups, and I've listed up here on the screen, possible groups that could be in your organization that manage risk. Management, information security, physical security, you've got your business continuity folks, facilities, procurement, the list goes on and on. So my question for you is, do you know what your risk appetite is? Do you know what your organization's risk appetite is? How to lead change. If you have disparate groups that are managing business continuity, disaster recovery, information security, corporate security, looking at your internal controls through audit, how can you lead change? By building an organizational resilience framework, gaining buy-in from the top down, scoping your program, what's included in managing our organizational resilience, because organizational resilience is not just about what to do, if you remember that gaggle of signs on the slide, what to do when something happens. But it's being prepared and constantly sensing what could happen, those unknown risks, always being on guard, looking for possible risk. Identifying and integrating any risk initiatives that you have across your organization. Traditionally, risk management was managed in stovepipes where, I have physical security, my risks are here, another group has their risk here. Enterprise risk management is about integrating risk across an organization, about sharing risk. And that's where the overlaps come. That's breaking down the barriers and not managing risk in a silo approach, but sharing it across groups, so you're managing it vertically and horizontally, and unifying those activities across an organization. Success factors is integrating the initiatives, breaking down walls. Perhaps you know of a group. 5 minutes. Okay, I can do this. I've got a couple of slides. So, integrating the initiatives, and that's where I challenge you all, a call to action, to go back to your organization and find out. I used to tell people, you can bribe me, sure. I'm an easy bribe. You just buy me chocolate. I actually had some folks from the, I think it was the Tunisian, the central bank, that they said, can we come and talk to you about risk? And I said, sure, but bring chocolate. And he said, oh, we brought you this lovely box of chocolate from the Ivory Coast. I was like, they make chocolate in the Ivory Coast? He says, no, but it's duty-free, but we're hoping it will be good enough. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. But, take people to lunch, network. The fact that you all are here is an opportunity to share information and start building a network and talk about the different initiatives that you all may be doing at your own organization. Build relationships within your organization and continuously network, because that's the way that you get people talking in a room. Some factors that can help you or can hurt you is your current state. You might have something on the horizon that might impact it. Strategic growth. There may be an issue with business culture or past incidents or disasters. Someone mentioned, why blame someone? Let's move forward. Let's be motivated. Let's go forward with doing the right thing. But we're humans, and sometimes emotion plays into it. So there may be barriers that need to be broken down. There may be organizational change on the horizon. You might not have resources or budget. There may be a changing priority on the horizon. And also, when you act as an agent of change, oftentimes you're trying to get results from people not reporting directly to you. They're not under your direct control. So it goes back to, hey, can we go grab a coffee? Hey, I have something I want to talk to you about. Hey, I think I can help you. I heard something about a risk that might impact you. So these are factors that can work against you or that can help you. It's how you lead it. So, success factors to becoming an agent of change. Where do you start? Gain manager buy-in, senior manager buy-in. Talk to the business continuity plan, teams. Make sure that you have those plans in place. Understand what governance is required in your organization to put a fence around it. When I worked with a gentleman named Halsey Minor, he invented CNET, Google Voice, Rhapsody, Salesforce.com. I worked with him on a cybersecurity work for risk management. And he said, this is so big, this is global. How do I get my arms around it? And I said, you have to put a fence around it. Let's start with defining what we can manage, and we will grow it from there. Understand the benefits to all your stakeholders, and I'm not talking just your internal stakeholders, I'm talking about your external stakeholders, and what support and resources do you need to support this? Do you have to sell it? A lot of times, do you feel like you have to be a salesperson to sell to get budget and resources? Well, unfortunately, you have to be a salesperson as well for organizational resilience initiatives, because it's a fairly new buzzword that's out on the market. And then document your strategy. Have a game plan to move forward. So organizational resilience, having your plans in place, having the teams prepared, having everyone being able to answer that question, what do I do right now if an incident occurred? That's the difference between being prepared and unprepared. Everyone should be able to answer the question what to do before, during, and after any type of disaster occurs. Thank you.
المهندس تحت عنوان Act as 24 equals 7 by 7. الحسياني ولا الحسين؟
Doesn't matter. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Riyad Al-Hassayani. I'm the head of the IT infrastructure in Sahara Petrochemical. I will be taking you with me to on this presentation to see our experience on how we act on the 24/7 during the past situations and the attacks happen on the region. On the first slide, I will be asking if everyone thinking to have the perfect protections on his organization or not. And we was trying to think what is the perfect protection scenarios which is we supposed to have in our organizations. Unfortunately, we couldn't find one, but we take steps and we take goals to go through to close the gaps which is we have it on our organizations. The main things which is you need to think about it to build the sustainable programs that balancing the need to protect and running your business on the same time. Whatever the directions which is you need to take it, it's have to be built on behaviors. The behaviors on system side, behaviors on the people's, behaviors on how you will react. Currently, most of the organizations, they are taking the stage on technical sides more than the behavior sides. And this is the change which is we done it, alhamdulillah, from on our side, on our organizations. Make sure your colleagues, according to the organization, they have the empower. And your jobs, it's making them compatible with that. We take a decision after we discuss with the steering committees of the IT department how we can build that and how we can have the clear visions scenarios. We made it in 3 phases after we make the plan and the build and the run. The first stage, which is we created from, is to make an awareness programs, telling and educate our end users how they will be behave and what they supposed to do during when they receive an email from their side on when they have a situation on their side. We see a difference during the past 9 months ago, alhamdulillah, and after we see that difference, we make an central spam center to receive the spam emails from our end users. And from the time which is we create that center, we receive more than 300 emails submitted by our end users telling us this email is not related to me and I shouldn't receive it and it's not below to me, from the subject and from the senders. When we see this actions came from the end user side, we realize and our awareness programs was success, alhamdulillah. On the second steps, which is we make an action on it, it's to ensure and enhance our data centers with the network infrastructures. And also after we realize where is the risk came from during the past, we realized that 91 from the attacks it came from the emails. So we decide that to have a multi layers of email securities including integrating them with the ground, with the inspections systems, which is we have on the ground. After we build that systems and doing the enhancements on our organizations, we thought that what we should do during the holidays and during the out of working hours and during the weekends, we build a monitoring systems with one of our partners to monitor all our security systems during the days and during the holidays on the same time. After we complete those tasks, we learn a lot of cases, and we get a lot of cases which is happen in our organizations, which is open our minded to focus on another topics which is we wasn't realizing on the organization itself. However, the whole things will be have to be done. It will not done until your team having a fully collaborations together and they have a fully communication with your end users on the same time. Thank you so much. I know it's yani closed, very rush day, and I wasn't want to have a long presentation for you guys because it was a lot of information was shared today. That was my presentation for you. Appreciate your time with me.
شكرا للمهندس رياض الحسياني من شركة الصحراء للبتروكيماويات. الآن ندعو المهندس محمد الخلف من شركة سابك للمشاركة بورقة عمل والتي تحمل عنوان National E-Security Standard for Government and Semi-Government Entities. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Al-Khalaf from SABIC. So since this is the last session of the day, I will make it very much quick. So today we'll talk about the National E-Security Standard, and we will have a journey together and story to streamline how we can have that thing into place. So quickly we will have a story about the two guards story. I know two guards. The first one is badly passive, and the second one is greatly active. I named the first one as passive because he always needs someone to trigger him. He always needs someone to tell him what to do. He always waits for the sign. And the second one doesn't wait until someone to tell him what to do and when to make a move. The first one, when he gets an assignment, he always say, sorry, I can't do it. He always put obstacles to himself. He always say, this is not doable. He always say, it's beyond our capabilities. We don't have the skills to do it. And the second one, when he gets a big task, challenging one, he always say, how can I do it? He doesn't stop himself, his team. He brings everyone on board it to get the right thing done in the right way. The first one, when he gets assignment, he always say, it's too risky. Risks are dangerous. Avoid risks. And the second one, when he gets a risky situation, he always say, great to manage risks. Try to see the potential behind risks. Act within your risk appetite or lower. Don't make things impact your business and overall operations. So both ideas coming to my mind have really made contradiction to myself, and I do always think and ask myself which one I should be listening to. So I decided to listen to the active one. And listening to the active one inspired me to think and to ask myself how we can do something that will solve everything we have. not only to organizational level, but to a national level. Today, some of the gentlemen's question, he said, I don't want our national government system to get impacted or hacked. I don't want Abshir to be impacted. And we have seen that some comments said it's not yet implemented and still this require a lot of improvements and so on. Luckily also our NCSC, National Cybersecurity Center guest told the morning that we do have a research center that have been formed to do research within our environment, but it is not the end state. What we are aiming for is bigger. And throughout this presentation, we will see together what we are looking for. And seeing what we are looking for and aiming is something good. And by aiming, we can learn from the experiences in life. Japanese, when they started manufacturing cars, they started looking at what American people have done. So the same concept I did to myself, and I said, what exactly being done in the market, in the nations? So who did the national security standards to themselves? I found the United States government did that. What did they did? They did something enforced by the government. They did it to a business language. They did it in a very much well-structured way. They made it pretty much risk-focused. They made it also very much scalable, so it can be implemented regardless of which technology you have. They made it demonstrate compliance. They made it auditable. This is something that is really, really big. So how we can have something like this? Let's see together. They implemented VISMA. So in the coming slides, we will see what is VISMA and how we can have less time spent in compliance and more time spent in security engineering. So when we reduce the number of reporting and manual effort in doing follow-ups and escalations and manual ways of doing audits, we will, of course, reduce the amount of time, efforts, and skilled people to do security engineering, so where we need to have a lot of automations, threat hunting, and a lot of assurance ways to lead us to a very creative manners. So we need to have something to our nation. So what is VISMA? VISMA is the Federal Information Security Management Act of the states. It has started in 2002, formed by the government, and then it took them 15 years to get it developed, and also Barack Obama recently have signed it, and he commented into it saying the national cybersecurity is one of the most concerning areas we do have. So having the government stamping, enforcing a standard is the first thing we need to have. It is not anymore about spontaneousness or favors or recommendation from a company to other. Those are good enough, but when we walk out, we might forget what the others have recommended us, those things to us, but we need to have those things enforced by our government so we can really take them in a manner that is not only serious, but without any chance to forget any details of that standard. So what exactly the vision of that standard? The vision of the VISMA standard when it was implemented by US government is to have simply an adequate level of security. So they told them, hello government entities, we need you to consider information security in all your agencies. Then they said, sure sir, thank you very much, we will do it. When they went back to office, they were saying how and what exactly they meant by the word consider information security. Then they went back to them and then they said, how can we meet your expectation? How can we really consider information security? Then they said, you are right, we didn't make it very much straightforward and clear. So the US government asked NIST. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They told them, you are empowered, you need to develop standards for us. Then they came up with the special publication 800 series. And today we will have two of them as an example, and then we will make the road to everyone to explore it further. So the key focus area of that vision begins with the first thing, which is categorization of information systems, and it also help you to select the right level of controls that will protect those information that you have selected and categorized. Then you will implement the controls, you will authorize them in a way that will make them running. We will see in the coming slides what exactly the key focus areas are. So since it's a vision, it has to lead somewhere. Otherwise, it is not a vision, it's waste of time. So what exactly their vision leads to? It leads to a cost-effective and risk-based information systems program. It needs to be really planned and written somewhere where you can challenge yourself, where am I doing against my program? Also, they don't wait or they don't want to forget something that is very much essential and key thing. So they made it helpful to have a security due diligence where we don't say, all right, we forget to implement control 1 and 2. So they said, wait, we listed down every control that you need to have. And this is not the stopping point, it is the starting point for everyone. And today we will see what exactly those controls, and we'll have access management as example. Also to move forward with the time, and I'm seeing you as saying 5 minutes. No, please, I do want to show the gentleman something. So to make it quickly, the risk management framework is demonstrated in details part of the NIST publication 837. It starts with categorizing the information systems, where you have the low impact system, then you will have moderate impact system, and you will also have the high impact systems. You will categorize them based on what you know as your knowledge about your business and how the impact of a small system or moderate system will impact the overall confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and the overall reliability of your company. Then once you know what are those controls and you are now ready to protect them, you will go straight ahead and select the appropriate controls. You will not buy a very much expensive product for a small application that you have categorized as low impact system, and the same for the high impact system where you will invest very much good controls on. Then you will implement them, assess them after implementation again and again, and to ensure they are risk-free or let's say within your risk appetite, and then you will authorize them to ensure that they are very much running into production and they are meeting the expectation of the demand of your company. And once you have them established, being run, you will do the continuous monitoring and to ensure that you are always looking and having the threats hunted and the incidents very much tackled with the incident management recommendation we will see here in that presentation. So this is a sample of how the security categorization being done. You will start with the categorization of information and document the categorization, and you will not stop here. You will also have a chance to document the description of each information system. So we know a proxy, but was it listed with a full description of what exactly you have intended behind it, or still not yet? If you do have it, that's great. You need also to place it in a very much well-stable risk management, or let's say the risk or system that is mainly meant to manage your assets and have them very much enriched with the owner details, with the risk information and the category details. All right, so we are now in and we would like to do it and we are convinced. thank you, and we would like to see how we can move ahead and implement those controls and have the VISMA implemented to us. So we can look at the special publication 853 here, and what does it do? It lists down the controls families. So now we are in the second phase, which is the control selection. So they did 3 tiers, and they made very much categorization to a management-wise, where you will do the governance, the policies, and so on. And then second, you will do the operational aspect, where you will look at the workflows and details of how your operations are being executed. And last tier is the system specific, the components and the hardware details and their settings. So those 18 controls have very much rich sub-controls, and we will see here some examples so we can see the richness behind it. So they have dedicated controls for access control, awareness and training, audit and accountability, certification, configuration management, contingency planning, identification, authentication, also incident response. So this is very much a rich list. We will see here some screenshots of the NIST site. And this is very much telling us how we can see the sub-controls for each control. So access management here is an example where we can see dedicated section for the description. We can also see the supplemental guide. So no one will assume things here. It's already clarified and what exactly the expectation for each one, as well as the control enhancement. So access control number 2, AC-2, has sub-controls or enhancement control that we can see in the right side, access control 1, 2, 3, and 4. But when we look at a system that you have categorized as high important, you will see more selected sub-controls applied to it, which means that we need to be careful when this is something that we have it here. Hopefully, we need to know what exactly the level of categorization. Based on it, we will be enforced to choose what control enhancement we will be doing for. And this is just a quick sample about the richness of the access management control family. It consists of 22 control enhancements, session lockout, system notification, list privileges, and each one you will be able to implement it in your system. So since those are rich in terms of text, knowledge, and information, how can we implement them in reality? Now, okay, we realize the importance. We need to do it in a larger scale, in global companies, and we have 50,000, for example, computers, and we have n number of servers, switches, and we have a lot of firewalls, and so on. So we need to have those things adaptable, doable. We don't want just to speak theory. So I'm seeing a sign to summarize. And just to finalize the speech, there is a very much rich content that will help us to do it, which is the Center of Internet Security, CIS benchmark. When you download the benchmark, for example, for your SQL server, for your Windows servers, or Windows 10, for example, or any other components of your network, you will see those details taken into consideration the VISMA. So what exactly the CIS benchmark? It answers where should I start when I want to do security. At the end, thank you very much for your time. We need to do 2 things. The first one is organizational-wise. We will start with ourselves. We need to go back and assess what we are currently doing. Assess how are we doing against those controls. Scan your systems using scanning tools. For the sake of not mentioning some products, there are a lot of tools that does this. You can scan and see how compliant you are. And then set a plan to make sure that you are considering the great experience of the United States of America when they did the VISMA. And the second one, which is the very much important one, which is the national-wide. We need to have something like what they did. We don't want to make it as a favor between us or noting down, we need to do 1, 2, 3, it's very important. It's, thank you, it's good, but sometimes it has to be enforced. When I say enforced, our government should hire dedicated people who should audit the government entities. And the government entities and semi-government institutes and big companies that have big portion of the government as shares, they should adapt that. And they are enforced because the government assignee has the full right to audit them. And if they are not compliant, it will really cause a problem with the business. This is the overall proposal. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel when we saw today morning the National Cybersecurity started saying we have a research center about the recommendation and what we should be doing. That's the, inshallah, let's say the beginning. With that, thank you all for your patience and time, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
نشكر المهندس محمد الخلف. الآن نتيح المجال لطرح الأسئلة مع الحضور. فواز، اي تفضل، عندك جنبك الميكروفون على يمينك، سم.
السلام عليكم. محمد الشهري من CC Solution. First of all, thank you for Royal Commission for Jubail for setting up this very nice forum to exchange and learn new things about cybersecurity. One of the more few things that I want to just touch, listening to the full lectures, okay. I want to make a stop here and ask every one of us, okay, to go back to the basics. What I mean by the basics, okay. First of all, okay, look at the employees, okay. A lot of hiring and firing, okay, is going on without fitting properly the employees. There's another thing which is how to, with third-party vendors or either as a employee or a support vendor who supply solution to us. There is a major problem with this. Second thing, okay, even the equipment, there is nobody fitting the equipment, okay. You have a malware, okay. There is a big case in the US about Lenovo. There was a Trojan in the laptops, okay, they were sending information back to Lenovo in China. The Chinese, as usual, they will deny that this was put in purpose, but how many of the laptops that we are using have some of these malware or implant Trojan? The third thing is, okay, look at our process, okay. When you build a company, okay, what's the most important, okay? Now,
أنت سؤالك لمن يا أخوي محمد؟
I'm just commenting on the
for all يعني لا أنا أبغاك توجه علشان نقدر لأن الوقت
they will take it. They will take the
okay.
question. Starting from Khalid and going to even Muhammad.
ما شاء الله بالجملة ماخذهم.
طيب. Because this is, you see, we have to. If we just keep under running fear and looking for technology to solve our problem, we're not going to go anywhere. Simple things will solve things, okay. Simplicities, and I think now it's a requirement, okay, for all of us. Going back to Khalid, okay, I think we have to look before the coming to the situation where you have to react, be panicked, and okay. Even going to the last one, Muhammad, looking for the government as the main solution, this will not work. You have to depend on yourself and depend on the community that you are in, which is the oil and gas and the hydrocarbon. You have to exchange information about your problems. Otherwise, okay, waiting for someone else 400 kilometers to tell you what to do, I don't think it's going to work. Even in the US. And you can look what happened in the past election as a good sign, okay. With all of the NSA and all of the technology they have, still something can happen. So I'm just trying, every one of us, okay, take a small step and look back, okay, at what we have. Now, when we leave our offices, okay, the computers are on. Why? We can switch them off and save electricity and deny someone from outside to come and hack them. It's a 16 hours time span. very simple things that we can do to protect us. Thank you and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Boiri, Switzerland. I have a question regarding to presentation of this OP tunneling and that utilization. Is it more like a feature that you have foreseen between OT and ICS side of the system, or is it interacting between OT and IT worlds? Which one is it actually seen there? Because I couldn't fully clearly see there that is it related to the OT, IT, or is it only OT solution?
It is it is a purely IT plant operating network. So we had our firewall. This is outside the SABIC IT firewall. So this is internal within the company. So we had our OPC connected through OPC DCOM, which we had to open all the ports, and this is common for all PLC network and industrial network. So in order to communicate, you have to open the port.
So it is actually connecting IT to OT, and you have a line then there, and the IT networks are connected to the external network. So this is the path then to in basically.
Yeah, external within the business, not outside.
So it's not IT is not connected to external networks.
No.
Aha. Then I'm surprised. Thank you.
I fixed it, yeah. I think what you have mentioned is right. So it's about zoning, and there's a zone between OPC and other zone for client access, and we have different zones. So that's basically is what he was highlighting.
نكتفي طبعا بهذا القدر من الأسئلة اللي يضيق الوقت.
To go back to the question, Mohammed. So I think you have nailed it down, that simplicity is very important. And I don't want to repeat myself when I gave the framework, and you need to start with what's important, understand what's critical for you. And I'm not saying that don't do quick fixes, really start to do quick fixes and try to recover and find what we need to do. There are quick wins that we can take now. Just doesn't take that much of effort. Be open for controls. Mohammed, when he mentioned, it's not a standard that just to wait for others to do, but such standard of visibility you can implement and the depth of them. Sometimes you focus on certain controls or certain areas that you overlook them, just focus on network access and that's it. You forget off other controls, as I have mentioned, check your third parties, your customers, your insider threats, so how you can deal with that. So that gives a little depth on of the controls that you can take. However, you should start with the big picture so that you can.
بس من الأخوان.
For preparing for this conference and setting it up. My name is Rashid Al-Uthman. I work for Tasni', IT Compliance Manager. My question is to our last speaker, Mohammed.
صوت بس أخوي راشد بس علشان.
طيب. I'd like to understand, maybe you have introduced us to FISMA, and I'd like really to compare it to ISO, because this is what we regularly use here in Tasni'. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rashid. And the difference is pretty much straightforward, that the FISMA is enforced by government, and the FISMA is only specified to the US government entities and their contractors when they do business with the government. And the ISO is a certification that is optional for the entities, for the companies to do it, and it is almost doing the various areas, quality related stuff, health, food, and one of the ISO 27001 is for the IT security, where it highlights the recommendation, and you will not be ISO compliant until you do those certain things. So they have intersection area where they highlight the controls and best practices, and they do a compliance against them, whether you are following them or no. And the same for VISMA, but the VISMA is just enforced by government to the US entities. And that's pretty much the summarized answer for this. And in case any further questions, let me know. Thank you.
نشكر المشاركون في الجلسة الثالثة، كل من المهندس خالد المطيري والمهندس حمد العنزي والمهندس راني حميصي، وكذلك المهندس خالد العمري والمهندس جين روي والمهندس رياض الحسياني والمهندس محمد الخلف. الآن ندعو الأستاذ سلطان الفضلي، مدير إدارة تقنية المعلومات في الهيئة الملكية للجبيل ورئيس اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر، لتكريم المشاركين في هذه الجلسة. أولاً المهندس خالد المطيري. المهندس حمد العنزي. المهندس راني حميصي. المهندس خالد العمري. المهندس جين روي. المهندس حسياني. والمهندس محمد الخلف. السادة المشاركون، حضورنا الكريم، بهذه الجلسة نكون قد أنهينا جلساتنا لليوم الأول في مؤتمر الجبيل الأول لأمن المعلومات. ندعوكم الآن لتناول طعام الغداء مبنى المجاور، كما نود في ورشة العمل التي تحت عنوان The Engineering within the Industrial Critical Infrastructures. نود كذلك التذكير أن هناك جولة في مدينة الجبيل الصناعية ستتم بعد جلسات يوم غد بإذن الله، فعلى الراغبين للمشاركة والانضمام في هذه الجولة التكرم بالتسجيل في محل التسجيل في على المدخل. شكرا لكم، تمنياتنا لكم إن شاء الله بطيب الإقامة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. العمل، والتي تحمل العنوان The Emerging within the Industrial Critical Infrastructures. هذه الورشة يقدمها كل من المهندس أيمن العيسى والمهندس صامويل لينرز من شركة بوز أند ألين هامilton. فليتفضلون.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحية للإخواننا الجميع، ونحن مسرورين جدا بوجودنا معكم في السعودية، وبالذات في مدينة الجبيل، المدينة التي يوجد بها كم هائل من المنشآت الصناعية الحساسة التي تعتمد عليها السعودية كاملة. ما سنتحدث عنه الآن هو عن سؤال سمعنا سؤال اليوم عن هل يمكن أن نضع أو can we inject the cyber security controls والdesign خلال البروجكت engineering life cycle. هذا الموضوع اللي راح نتكلم عنه، وهذا الحد اللي راح أتوقف فيه باللغة العربية، بعد راح أتكلم بالإنجليش. So Samuel, this is what I'll talk about in Arabic, and now I'll switch to English. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There was one lady over here. So one lady and gentlemen. My name is Ayman Al-Isa. I'm the Chief Technologist of Industrial Cyber Security at Booz Allen Hamilton. I'm the co-chairman of Working Group 1 in ISA 99 IEC 62443, the standard for protecting industrial control systems. I'm also the Chief Technology Advisor for the Industrial Cyber Security Center that actually Samuel and Ignacio Paredes were the founders from how many years, I think? Maybe 5 years from now. So this center was established in Spain, and it was supporting the industrial cybersecurity efforts over there. I'm also a member of the Cybersecurity Advisory Board of New York University, supervising a number of PhD students on industrial cybersecurity. To introduce Samuel Linares, he's one of the world-recognized experts in industrial cybersecurity, and as I said, he's the founder of the Industrial Cybersecurity Center in Spain that during my travel in Latin America and in many countries, I have seen lots of advancements in industrial cybersecurity, and I could claim that the only reason for that was the efforts that the industrial cybersecurity has done in the Spanish-speaking community. Education is actually a part that is as important as implementing the best technology for protecting our lives, for protecting control systems or the IT infrastructures. And he's a member in a number of European communities, and he is also, if you know about the global industrial cybersecurity professionals, this is the certification for Industrial Cybersecurity Center. So Samuel is on the board of the certification body as well. This is a quick introduction. This is information about us with our mobile numbers, emails, if anyone is interested to take a snapshot of this. And this is also for Samuel Linares. Now, quick, in 2 minutes, Booz Allen Hamilton is a 100 and 2 years old company. Now, when we talk about that is doing lots of things the world doesn't know about. When we talk about reaching to Mars, the experts that enabled NASA to reach to or design all of this are Booz Allen Hamilton experts. So we are main contractor with NASA and 23,000 employees, and the major work of the company is in US, but we have office in Riyadh, office in Saudi, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and in the region. we are specialized in different areas, but what we are, our area is about cybersecurity, industrial cybersecurity in the different vertical columns that you see over here, and particularly maybe here in energy, environment, manufacturing. So we talk about how to secure those critical infrastructures. Now, I'll quickly go, okay, we'll browse quickly those Galtour slides, because I'm not going to talk about this story today. I leave it for tomorrow, okay? I'm not going to talk, but it's very interesting story, okay, that I leave in my tomorrow's speech over there. Because if we understand what happened in Galtour, we understand that whenever we talk about cyber security, we should never say that things are not going to happen. I'll leave this for you to check about Galtour, but tomorrow I'll tell you about the story. Now, I think most of you know about Stuxnet. How many knows about Stuxnet, let's say? I think most of us know about Stuxnet. The first known industrial cyber attack where the attack was against Iranian nuclear Bushehr facility, and the result of this attack was the destruction of around more than 900 centrifuges. And this was the first attack where you have a kind of destruction as a result of a cyber attack. And things continued to follow after this, but I always say that I guarantee to you that we know stories about attacks or incidents in industrial areas that were rated as incidents, while in reality we don't know whether the cyber factor is there or not. Because we don't know how to measure what's happened, and we don't have systems within those industrial infrastructure to tell us whether this is a cyber or non-cyber attack. So before Stuxnet, if you notice that there were adversaries that talk about the weaknesses in some systems, very limited, but after Stuxnet we see that the number has increased much more than what was there. The reason is that it doesn't mean that before Stuxnet there were no vulnerabilities, and now we discovered vulnerabilities. In reality, no, vulnerabilities are there from long time, but after Stuxnet, we started to look for the vulnerabilities in those control systems. And that's why we see this number, and this number increases more and more every day, okay? And let me tell you, in reality, let us admit that the most weak systems that we have are the industrial control systems when we talk about IT nature systems. And the reason is that those systems have been built in infrastructures that don't accept changes within those systems. Cybersecurity needs continuous changes. You need to update systems. However, when you even update a machine, there are possibilities that that machine fails in the industrial area, and that's why you might not tend even to update the antivirus signatures in such machines, because your first important thing in those areas is availability, continuity of operations. Now, what we notice, and what's very clear, is that we used to hear about data theft, disruption to operations, but today we talk about destruction. Destruction, okay, many people talk about, for example, let me give example over here, and I'll move to the examples that we hear about in that they are attacks against the industrial control systems. One of them is the attack against Aramco. Right, 30,000 workstations that you are very well aware about it that were destructed in that attack. Many people say include this example in the industrial related cyber attacks, and this is not true, because that attack was targeted against business, and I know very well that it reached to very minor areas in the industrial area. So that attack is not related to industrial infrastructures, because we want to differentiate, okay, between what is included every time I go to conferences that talk about industrial systems, I hear about the attack on Aramco. Aramco, it was business, and the attackers did not know about industrial control systems. They did not target the industrial control systems. So this is not a correct example about attacks on critical or industrial control systems. Was the destruction huge? Yes. Okay. Do we need to learn out of it? Yes. Did we learn? Not exactly. The same attack happened on Ras Gas a week after. Okay. When the attack happened over here, I was in oil companies and I was called during night time to put a strategy for ADNOC group, oil companies, to what they should do in order to make sure that they are not affected by this attack or they are not going to be affected. Honestly telling you that I put around 3 pages of recommendations that are very hard. At that time, I found it the right time for enforcing things that I could not enforce. I said the first thing, I will not allow any email from rather than business emails internally, because we cannot protect them. And they could be a source of an attack. We should not, for example, allow users to share files between their machines to others. We should have the shares only on servers. Before that, we were not able to do this, okay? Why? Because if you want to share your files with someone else, it means that the virus is going to share the files with the other machines. And I ended with writing around maybe 35 recommendations that have been implemented. The recommendations were to test whether we have evidences of Shamoon at that time within the systems, and to block the possibility for having the infection. Now, security is an art, by the way. And this art is not about technology only. It's about how you use this technology. At that day, we know that we could receive, for example, spam emails. And we could have someone click on that spam email. And mainly, do you know what's the biggest mistake that we have? Until today, I see that we have the same mistake. The biggest mistake is that we still provide senior management with more privileges than what they need. They should be the least privileged people in the company, because they can be attacked, okay? And when they have more privileges, the attacker will use their privileges. How can we tell if we explain this to the senior management? The senior management, trust me, I hear a lot that senior management is not supporting us. Senior management is not understanding us. Because today, if you come to the senior management and you tell them things and use language that they don't understand, they are not going to understand you, and you should not blame them. But at the same time, if we explain to them the situation, I'm sure 100% that we will get their support. We have got their support, okay? Now I know that many of us use Facebook, use this, and there are most of the companies, they have Facebook. Regardless, I'm against Facebook for companies. Why? Because the guys, they talk about their leaves, okay? He's going on leave, I am going here, I'm going there, okay? There is lots of information that is very, 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 very beneficial for the attackers that we based over there and we put over there. So I don't want now to move into what we should do, because I noticed, and I did assessment to companies recently, okay? Believe me, what I recommended at that time, okay, less than 5% is implemented today by those companies. So while we are shouting and saying that we need to bring solutions against persistent threats, let us admit that we are not doing the basic cybersecurity things, okay, within our companies, and this is the reason the majority of the successful attacks are because of those minor things that we do not do, okay? So I believe that we need to close this book, cybersecurity book, open it again from page 1 and start from page 1. Honestly, okay? Start from basics. Don't depend only on technology, because again, everyone will tell you processes and people. Yes, processes are people, and people are there and important, okay?
So I'm sorry, the workshop was planned for 2 hours, and actually this workshop we do in 1 day. And we have multiple workshops that we do. We talk about engineering art of injecting cybersecurity. We talk about threat detection and incident response within critical infrastructures, within industrial control systems, and whether this is possible or not. Honestly, if you ask me today, okay, what do we need to do? I have seen companies wasting their time for 3 years to implement industrial firewalls within their systems, and still they are not complete. If you even go and check many of the security controls that are there, you'll find that they are there physically, but they are not effective. They are not configured to protect. What do we need to focus today on is vision, the capability to know what's happening, threat detection, incident response, change management, configuration management. All of these are as important as security. Because if I cannot detect changes, I'm going to fail, okay, from detecting cybersecurity related issues. If I cannot have configuration management, again, I'm going to fail to know what configuration changes have taken place. Are there solutions in the market today? Yes, they are. We are Booz Allen, we are not a solution provider, okay? But sometimes we help companies to evaluate solutions. I don't sell solutions. I don't have any benefit from anything. But let me tell you that there are good solutions that are emerging in the market, but we are not focused at the right place where to go. We are focused at to buy things, okay, that provide us with little security. And till now, when we ask people, do you know what industrial cyber assets do you have? And the answer is absolutely no. Because the majority of the companies, they don't know what assets they have. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to build a bad picture today, okay, but I'm trying to build an actual picture to the situation. What do we need to do? We need to start by understanding what assets do we have, and we start with the threat detection. Now, were there successful attack on industrial control systems? Yes. Okay, the attack on water treatment plant in 2011 in US, where the attackers managed to control the treatment plant and they managed to destroy the automated valves over there. The attack, I'm sorry, but I switched. I did not talk about the attack on RasGas. After 1 week, the attack happened on RasGas, right? What's the difference between the attack on Aramco and the attack on RasGas? Who knows? The attack on Aramco did not work on the 64-bit machines. Within 1 week, the attackers realized this, fixed the code, redistributed the code, and it worked on RasGas on the 64-bit machines. They are faster than us, okay? They are much faster than us, and we are not much dependent on detection. We are not analyzing our situation, okay, as really we need. So recently, the attack on Ukraine. I'm sure that most of you heard about that attack in Ukraine, where they went into like a blackout, okay? And that was a cyber attack. I was in Singapore 3 days there, and I presented the analysis on how the attack took place. And despite that, I have seen that there were 5 steps. I have presented it through 17 steps, okay, through analysis that it took us around 1 year, okay, to come out with. And I have seen and I heard in the market that that attack was not sophisticated. No, it was sophisticated, it was well organized, and the attackers was very well organized, okay? So these attacks are taking place, okay? And we cannot deny that there are successful attacks on the industrial infrastructures. One of them was the attack on the German steel factory, where the hackers managed to destroy part of the steel factory as a result of that attack. The furnace was damaged, and you can read about this attack. There was a report issued by SANS that you can read the details about that attack. It was cyber-related. The attack on, I'm sorry, why did I say attack? It was considered in 2008 as an incident, the explosion that took place in the Turkish pipelines. Recently, I think a year or 2 years back, they have done analysis to the system and they found out that the emergency shutdown system was disabled minutes before the explosion. And the disablement of the emergency shutdown system was done through cyber means. So what was considered in 2008 as an incident-related explosion was not an incident. For sure, it was cyber-related, and they have some groups later on, they admitted that they were behind that attack. US in 2015 issued the report about 245 successful attacks on their critical infrastructures that they detected. Do we have today a well-structured manner like what ICS CERT in US is doing? US is enforcing companies to report the incidents. They don't go and put it in the market. They report it to a government entity. This is kept secret. At the end of the year, ICS CERT issues a report that says how many incidents. Don't we need this today in each of our countries? We do need this. We need to see an entity that is responsible about collecting all of these information and then issuing a report, because if I want to have the support from our leaderships, they need to know why. They need to know that something has really happened, and we need to report it. And we need to find mechanisms to report these things and issue reports. This is not Samuel Linares, but he looks like Samuel Linares, okay? Every morning when I see his picture, okay, I see him every day, except that those days I don't see him from months because he's here in Saudi every week. He stays most of the time. But I keep traveling from somewhere to another, okay? I'm more lucky than you. So what Samuel is worried about is cyber, IoT, smart regulations, and lots of things. It's not one. We have lots of things to worry about. However, what we need to realize is that in IT, we talk about virus spread. We talk about computer damage. We talk about data theft, okay? However, in industrial infrastructures, the language that your industrial guys can understand is the capability of a cyber attack in increasing the pressure in a pipeline or changing field device parameters. Instead of that device, okay, reports an alert when the temperature reaches to 100, if you change it to when the temperature reaches to 300, okay, you are not going to get alert. And some of you might tell me that, no, this is not possible. Let me tell you that are there control guys from automation vendors over here? Do we see any? Okay, now we hear that, no, these things are not possible. All what I'm writing here is possible and has happened, okay? Some might tell me that we have emergency shutdown systems, and I lived my life in platforms. I lived 17 years in the industrial infrastructures. My background is electronic engineering, electronic circuit designer. I know about these things, and I passed the last 20 years when one of my colleagues advised me to go to IT. I don't know what kind of advice was that, but it was good at the end because I went to IT, then to IT technologies, and then to cyber, and I ended as the digital oil field cybersecurity for many years, and now I'm in industrial cybersecurity. So it's a good field. However, when we talk about IT, okay, the attacks are something. When we talk about industrial, the attacks could be different, okay? Changing field device parameters could happen, okay? Now, when we talk about is this possible, is this not possible, there are emergency shutdown systems, fire and gas systems. Attackers know you have these things. And they can simply go for denial of service attack into the emergency shutdown system, and the emergency shutdown system is not going to detect anything. It's not going to receive information, so it's not going to react. Increase, decrease motor valves, okay, and motor valve speeds. That's what happened in Stuxnet, okay, when the attack took place. If you fake HMI, human machine interface readings, when the attackers attack the systems, they make recording of the good situation, and they make replay attack before the attack happens. So those who are in the control rooms, they think that nothing is going on, while in reality, okay, the attack is taking place. The language that we want everyone, okay, to tell about an industrial, our senior management, industrial people, if there are IT guys over here, and I was one of them, I'm not blaming them, senior management and the industrial, they don't understand virus, malware, spyware, this language they don't understand. If you want that message to reach to them, you need to tell them, loss of a view. A cyber attack that could cause a loss of view. You don't know what's happening in your infrastructure. Loss of control. You are no more controlling your control system. Loss of operations. Operations, failure in operations. And loss of production. Imagine loss of production because of a cyber attack. Loss of lives. Damage to critical infrastructures or damage to the environment. All of these, okay, could be a result of a successful cyber attack on the industrial control systems. So we need to stop these devastating assumptions like no one is going to attack us, we are not interested, our systems are isolated. There is no such an isolated system. The only isolated system is a system that you go to the network card and you cut, okay, the cable of that network card, and you go to the USB and mouse and all of these and you cut them. That system is a secure system. Can you use it? You cannot use it. A system can never be isolated if someone comes and do update to that system. If an engineer comes and do update to that system, that is a foreign agent to the system, so that system is not isolated. If a system is not connected to the internet, it doesn't mean that it is isolated. Okay, we cannot justify the expenses or all of these assumptions. I think that we need to stop all those assumptions. This is our situation. Okay, but this guy is worried about banana, while every one of us is having critical infrastructure that he's worried about from cyber perspective. Where the attackers, and when we are talking about electronic war today, okay, we need to understand that our enemies have already collected information about our critical infrastructures, and we are subject to attacks. And if we don't do what we need to do, and tomorrow some lives are lost, we are responsible. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. We are much more worried than this one. And we are living a smart world, where I believe that this is the most simple and the most complicated industrial control system. Simple, because it's simple. Sense, your eye sense, okay, and your brain processes, and you decide to run away. Okay, that's the actuator. This is the sensor, and this is the processor. While when we talk about today, we talk about IoT, Industrial Internet of Things, smart oil fields, smart substations, smart, everything is getting smart and smart, which means that we are interconnected. We are interconnected, and today when we talk, by the way, about smart oil fields, and in 2005, I was the CISO for the oil company. They came to me and they said, Ayman, do you think we are building 3 smart oil fields? Do you think that we need maybe firewalls and maybe antivirus? Can you please sign this paper? I said, guys, let us hold on. I went into studying the systems, it took months. Then I came to them and I said, we need a huge cybersecurity infrastructure. And the reason is that control guys will tell me that we are going to use Modbus over there, but could you please tell me which Modbus? Yeah, Modbus over TCP/IP. It means that it's TCP/IP. And today when we have smart oil fields, we are talking about TCP/IP from field devices back to the internet, which means that we are enabling the attacker to use the common protocols and to utilize them during the attack. So are those infrastructures in need for more security than all other fields? Yes, this is the reality. So I went into providing a model. I provided a model in 2008, and I was attacked by automation vendors at that time. This guy is wasting the company money. He doesn't understand control systems, and why is this security that he's asking for? Okay, it costs multi-million dollars what he's asking for. Thanks to Stuxnet in 2010, when it came, it gave a good reason for those companies to utilize the model that we have built that I have built with some guys, and we were too, including Samuel and others. We know each other from a long time, that this is what we need to build the control system. We built the model, and let me honestly tell you that most of the automation vendors, the models that they are using, they came from this region. This region was the region that initiated industrial cybersecurity requirements. And people know that the first 3 smart oil fields in the world have been built over here. The cybersecurity has been injected over here in this region. And the vendors, the cybersecurity vendors who started working in industrial cybersecurity, they started here. They did not understand what's cybersecurity for control systems at that time. We are leading the world, and we need to continue. We need to build good security. And I can discuss this and judge with everyone about where did things start and where the automation vendors who are saying that we have a defense in depth model today, where did that defense in depth model? The designs came from here, from this region. I'm not going to say where those are fields. Smart oil fields, starting from 2005 at Brunei. I do not like to hear from anyone that we do not need to go to these technologies, to the smart. We need, but we need to inject cybersecurity in all aspects of those smartness or smart systems. When we talk about oil fields, why do we have the smart technologies? Because we will have increase in productivity. We will have more oil recovery because we have real-time data acquisition from those fields. We will reduce the operational cost, and I have been working in offshore areas where sometimes on the wellhead towers there is manual valves. When you need to do any changes or you open, you need to send a chopper or you need to send a speedy boat. Because of weather conditions and because of safety issues that took place at one of the areas, I have been in a situation where we could not do anything for 2 days because of the weather. You cannot send anyone. And there were problems taking place. So does this advancement help us to reduce operational costs and reduce risks? Yes. Okay. More safe and more protection to the environment as well with the advancement of technology. So let us not say that we do not want this advancement. When we talk about electricity also, we talk about smart grids, smart power generation, distribution, transmission, all of these. I don't want, okay, we have full, if I start talking about power, okay, and how do we inject security within the power generation, transmission, distribution, it's a full lecture by itself, okay? But it's a huge process where you need to analyze all the systems and you need to analyze the connectivity between the systems and you need to analyze how to secure those integrated systems between each other. It's a lot of work, but we need to do it, okay? And we see that, for example, we have in electricity, it's not about transmission, distribution, or generation, but it is interconnected with different areas. When we talk about cybersecurity and we ask the IT gentlemen, okay, what do we need? They say, this is what you need to do, okay? Then you need to use this, okay, periodic table of cybersecurity, a huge industrial cybersecurity solutions. Let me be honest with you and tell you that in industrial infrastructures, you should use as less solutions as possible, okay? And you should reduce the number of vendors. And you should make it integrated. And you should make it simple. Don't make it complex. This is the reason we fail. This is the reason we fail, okay? And we need to do it in a wise way. We need to do it very, very, very much wisely. Now, it's not only about my critical infrastructures, but I have to check what's the relation between and what's the dependency between one critical infrastructure to the another one, okay? And what could be the failure in power or oil? What could be the effects of that on the other area? Will the emergency services fail because of loss of power? Everyone in any critical infrastructure should analyze who are dependent on him and whom that he is dependent on, and make sure that he has continuity of operation plan, COOP. This is what we came, this is the name that were the first to use, okay? There is nothing called emergency what? Or disaster recovery in industrial control systems. You cannot do things. What we can do is start with a continuity of operation plan that define how we can continue our operations after a cyber attack. Okay? On the outlook, what do we need to do? I think what do we need to do is to give Samuel, okay, the chance to continue with you and to let me have a cup of water.
Especially because I'm coming from Spain, although I'm living in Abu Dhabi, and now is what we call siesta time, nap time, right? So better to be stand up. I think after today's discussions, our colleagues have presented a lot of things about the problems. Even Ayman has presented now about what's the threat landscape. Threat intelligence was permanently mentioned during the whole morning. So I think another thing that our colleague was mentioning this morning is that we need something like a regulation, a national approach, and a standard. And yes, most probably you need it, for sure. But I have bad news even for that. The bad news is that if you are a critical infrastructure, and I think that most of you are, following standards and regulations are not enough, unfortunately. And we know this because we are part of the bodies and some of the standards bodies. I might mention that we are both in the ISA 99, the IEC 62443. I am part of the Executive Steering Committee of the Global Industrial Cybersecurity Professional, part of the European Network Information Security Agency, a stakeholder group. So we know what their standards are, and we know how long they take to be developed. And I have to tell you, and you already know it, that these things and these standards bodies are really slow. So even the standards that are being published today are covering the problems that were existing 4 years back, 5 years back. So the things that you have and the problems and the challenges that you are facing today in your organizations, if we are lucky enough, maybe we'll be covering some of the standards in 5 years' time. So yes, standards are needed and will help you all to have something like a common baseline of protection throughout the nation, the infrastructures and the sectors, but definitely are not enough. So we have to follow different things. First, I will focus on 5 general things, and then I will try to provide some takeaways and solutions for the problems. So first thing, and I already heard this during this morning, we have to work together. We are always talking about IT. If I am the IT, I'm blaming my colleagues from OT. If I am OT, I'm blaming my colleagues from IT. If we are together having T, we are blaming the guys from safety. So at the end, this is not a problem of IT, or it's not a problem of OT, or it's not a problem of safety, or it's not a problem of our guards from the physical security. It's a problem of our organization, and most importantly, of our country, of our nation. So the only way, and that's the only way, honestly, to advance on this is working together, is building a trust and confidence-based ecosystem, trust and confidence-based relationships between you and your colleagues, so between the internal ecosystem, and here we are talking about IT, we are talking about OT, we are talking about physical security, we are talking about safety, about guys from risk, everyone. You need the different perceptions of the industrial cybersecurity. But it's not only about you and your organization. It's about your external ecosystem, your suppliers, your third parties. Because even if you do anything that you can do in your own organization, if your suppliers, if your supply chain is not properly protected, you will be probably affected and impacted. So for that, you need collaboration, coordination, and commitment. You have to work together. You have to, and of course, we need to have official meetings, but I think that all of us agree that sometimes you get more results having a tea or a coffee with someone outside of this meeting room than even in the meeting room. So it's always about people. Again, people, process, and technology. People. People is the key. Yes, technology is the easy part of all of this. Technology is nothing. And yes, I know that it's really complex in the implementation of the projects, but we have a lot of solutions today. We have antivirus, anti-malware, anti-X, anti-everything. We have a lot of threat intelligence feeds that you can pay for that, of course. We have industrial firewalls. We have very good industrial security monitoring solutions. We have a lot of technologies. You can be implementing cybersecurity technologies for the next 10 years. But what you need to do is to implement cybersecurity in the people. Because people is the key. You are the key, not the technology or your vendors. You are the key, and your colleagues, and the people in your team. So you need to have this in mind and always try to advance in some way. Look internally to your organization, to your third parties, and then try to add value to your ecosystem, to your sector, and to your nation. So first thing, collaboration, coordination, and commitment. Don't forget this. Then we need to balance our efforts between protection and detection and response. Let me try to share with you some results of some analysis that we did. As you know, I'm oversimplifying this. Here we have two main tracks. The red one, I prefer to be the blue one, basically the attackers and ourselves. Because I'm assuming that here we are the defenders, right? All of us are the defenders, or is there an attacker here? Don't smile. Maybe I'm almost 90% sure that here we are always defenders, but not in all of the conferences like that. Eh? I have to tell that. So you have two main streams here, attackers, or the attack stream, and the defense stream. And you have different steps and different activities for each of the streams. For the attack stream, you have the preparation, where the attackers prepare the things, the initial compromise, when they get something like the first step in your organization, in your systems, then they try to persist in the advancement of the attacker and to expand all of the attacks, and then at some time they exploit all of the things that they have done. And sometimes, but not always, especially here in this region, there is a cleanup phase. But the reality is that most of the attackers, especially here in this region, they don't want to clean up something. They want to blame and that we or I have been the one that has done this. So this cleanup thing is not usually the case. From our side, the defenders, of course, oversimplifying, we have the prevention. So we are trying to avoid them to attack ourselves. The detection, try to identify that they are there, and then the response. Let's look at this, from the time perspective. For the preparation, usually it takes months to years for the attacker. I'm here talking about real advanced attacks that are the ones that you all are exposed to. Here we are not talking about a teenager that he's trying to attack something. I'm talking about a state or a terrorist group or a country or a group of countries that are trying or they are attacking your infrastructure. It takes months to years. And one very important thing here is that for the months and the years, and this activity, we are not talking about only cyber. Because what we are facing is what I call campaigns. It's not like a cyber attack. Cyber is one of the activities that they do, but they are doing all of the traditional activities in an attack. Physical activities, information theft, intelligence, attending conferences like this to try to gather information, to gather the names of representatives here. They are looking in Twitter, in LinkedIn, in Facebook, in all of the information that they can. And then, as part of a number of things that they are doing, yes, they do cyber. And for that, it can take some years. And usually, from the preparation and they start the initial compromise until they finish the campaign, it can take not less than 1 year and sometimes up to 5 years. Depends on what type of attack, right? From our side, in the stream of the defense, the average time to discover and to detect an attack is almost 1 year, more than 200 days, I think. So, the reality is that most probably you are having attackers inside today. And this is an odd assumption. And it's not anything that anyone wants to listen to. But that's the reality. And my recommendation, my personal and professional recommendation, with our experience working on different parts of the continent and here in the region, in Europe, in Latin America, in US, I would assume that today you are already compromised. And then take the approach that you think is a proper approach. But don't think that I have to detect them and protect from them in case that something happens. Something is already happening. I'm assuming that in this mobile phone that I have, I'm compromised. I'm assuming that maybe my company, I don't know, but maybe my company has access to the information that I have here. Most probably, for sure. And I'm assuming that potentially some country have access to this information. These two things, for me, are like true. It's two assumptions that I have. And most probably, a third one that I'm not thinking of, but most probably there is a third one trying to get some information here. And this assumption that I'm doing with my personal, this is not my personal, with my mobile phone, but it's the same for the personal phone, is the same one that you should do for your organization. If this is your organization and you open the box, they are there already.
What if you have a smart TV?
You have them in your living room. They are already there. And this, for me, is a way of changing the way of thinking on how to protect yourselves, on how to be at least properly protected. Because it's completely different trying to approach to the problem thinking on the future, or something will happen, that thinking that you already have in your laptop, or in your network, or in your segment, or in your area, or in your department, people inside, living, malware. So assume that. I think this morning, someone was talking about protection against detection. And this is based on numbers. If we talk about budget, something like 70 to 80% of the budget in the cybersecurity and IT departments are completely focused on the prevention. Only 15 to 20% is focused on detection, and between 5 and 10% is focused on reaction or response. While in the red team, these type of attackers have almost no limit if targets justifies. So we have countries with a lot of resources investing lot of money, resources, and people, smart people, on that. So this approach that we have here, this approach of a lot of protection, some detection, only a few response, maybe it's okay for a workshop in Spain, in the north of Spain, where I'm coming from, but it's not the right one for a critical infrastructure. You have to balance. Because if you do that assumption that I told you about, I am already compromised, this has gone. You only have this to detect them and respond them. So these are some things that you have to take into consideration. More things aligned to this approach or way of thinking. I 100% agree with my brother Ivan. This is almost everything about visibility. Having visibility in your infrastructure, in your organization. And here we are talking about outside visibility and internal visibility. The external visibility comes through the threat intelligence. And again, our colleagues have been discussing this morning the need for threat intelligence. Yes, I agree. 100% agree. But first things first. It's really good to know what's happening in our neighborhood, but please first put a door and some windows in the house, right? Because sometimes we forget that first things first. This is something that I always also repeat. First things first. Don't think about threat intelligence, don't think about integrated security operations centers, don't think about rocket science, industrial cybersecurity solutions. First thing, backups, please. And you have a really good advice from your colleague this morning, or this afternoon, I think, regarding something like 20 takeaways. If you analyze, most of them are focused on backup, on being ready for that. So yes, it's all about visibility. You need to know what's happening in your industrial network. What's happening outside, and for that you have threat intelligence, but what's happening in your industrial network. Because the problem about, or the challenge about visibility is that we have something like silos. Even if you have a security operations center, you probably have the visibility from the cyber perspective, sometimes from the IT, not always from the OT. But let's assume that you have the cyber visibility with an integrated security operations center from the IT and the OT. And in a completely independent solution, and a screen even, you have almost the full visibility about your industrial process with your SCADA systems, probably. And you are monitoring and have a lot of information, historical information about your operational parameters. So if you are lucky enough, you have the information from the operational side with your SCADA and all of your systems, and from the cyber perspective with the SOC, with your IT SOC, your OT SOC, and the integrated SOC, right? And you have the threat intelligence. Good. So with this, for sure, we will have all of the industrial team monitoring the SCADAs, et cetera, et cetera. We will have all of the IT and cyber team monitoring the cybersecurity. And most probably, you will have a good physical security team with the guns. And they are monitoring the barriers and the security checkpoints, right? So even a really good team, well capable with good technology solutions. I'm sure that you have a really good safety team and solutions to see if there is some leakage in your industrial process, and you have a different solution. So by now we have the safety guys, 1, the SCADA and operational industrial guys, 2, the cyber guys, at least 1, but you will have most probably IT and OT, so 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the physical security, 5. And I was telling you that your attackers are approaching to you in an integrated way from these things. So what should be your thinking for the future? To have all of this integrated. To have a only one comprehensive and integrated view of the reality of your protection, of your infrastructure and your organization. So you can correlate what's happening in one of the security checks, physical security checks outside, with some information you are receiving from the security monitoring of one of the endpoints that you have, right? With one of the values that a safety sensor is having in some place, right? And with the information that you are having from IT and OT. Because the moment that you correlate all of these things, you will be in a position to probably not spend almost 1 year to detect the things that your attackers are already doing in your infrastructure, but probably to detect it in 2 or 3 days. But that, I know that this is difficult and challenging, but I'm telling you that is the way forward, especially for a critical infrastructure. Remember, it's not the same an industrial organization with an industrial process that a critical infrastructure that are delivering essential services for a nation. And it's a target one for any potential attacker in the world. More solutions. We are talking about collaboration, coordination, and commitment. Don't forget that. Collaboration, the 3 C's. Collaboration, coordination, and commitment. But for that, we have to put some framework in place, some things so we understand each other and we define the things that we need and how to approach and what should be the outputs for that. And for that, you should define or establish an industrial cybersecurity governance framework integrated with your cybersecurity and IT framework and with your management framework. And this is like a lot of consultancy language, but what I want you to see is that something like this is needed. Forget about the consultancies, because we both today look as consultants, right? With the tie and the suit and these things, but usually we are with the safety boots and the jeans and the, and the jacket. So the reality is that at the end, you will need something around people, and for that you will need some way of develop your workforce development to include cybersecurity capabilities in the OT side. And I'm not telling you that the OT guys will need to be SMEs, subject matter experts on cybersecurity, but they need to know the risk, the cybersecurity risk. You cannot enter any industrial plant in the world without at least watching a 5 minutes or 2 minutes video about safety. Don't walk this way, put the helmet, put your safety boots. If something happens, call this number. And all of the people working in the plants know about safety. We should have something similar for cyber, because the impacts today are similar to the ones that can happen from the safety perspective. We have to define roles and responsibilities, because collaboration, coordination, and commitment is good, but at the end, someone has to be accountable for this one, for the things, right? And from the management framework, of course, you will need to comply with regulations, sooner or better, for sure. But you should not do the usual compliance approach, because usually, something that I used to say is always, is that comply usually stands for comply and lie. Because being compliant is not the same as being secure. So yes, you will need to comply with regulations and standards, and this should be taking something like a baseline. And sometimes, honestly, as a business driver, to get money from your top management. Fine, we are in the same page. But don't look at compliance as the end of the way. Not at all. It's something like some fuel for the engine to advance in that way, in that path. But it's not the end of the way, especially for, again, for a critical infrastructure. Of course, you should integrate safety and security. You should define an organization structure. You should have, in the same way that I was mentioning, integrated dashboards. Because at the end, Ayman was mentioning this. Management, top management, our executives, understand the language they understand. So we should give them the information that they need. None of them wants to know what a malware is. A malware, revenge engineering, hackers, whatever. You tell me what you need, how this is affecting my business or my position regarding the compliance in this country or whatever. Each of them have different KPIs, have different interests. It's your role to know not only the external threat landscape, but also your internal, I wouldn't say threat, but executive landscape. And to give them what they need, what they want, right? And this will help you to get advanced of all of this. Of course, very important, here, secure supply chain. You know that in most of your industrial infrastructures, and sure you have a lot of suppliers. You have people from the EPCs, from the system integrators, from the industrial vendors, for the cybersecurity vendors, for the IT vendors. And the guy working in XYZ vendor, yesterday was in a different company, plugging his computer in a different network. So they are promiscuous. You have to take care of your supply chain, because in the industrial world, you have multiple supply chains and really depth supply chain. So you need to establish cybersecurity requirements and ways to monitor and control this. And of course, you need business continuity of operations, etc., etc. And from the technology framework, one thing that I'm sure that you should have, or you already have, is a reference architecture. And here, we can talk again about the standards. Most of the people, when we talk about reference architecture, they mention ISO 99, IEC 62443. Great. That's really good for a base and very basic organization, but not for you. It's not enough at all. Where, if you are aware of ISO 99 and the reference architecture, so the Purdue model with the different levels, where are you putting, based on the standard remote access for that? Where are you putting the integrated safety and control systems? And there are a number of different things that are not being addressed in this Purdue model and the different levels that you have to. So you need to build a reference architecture that all of the departments, all of the solutions, all of the providers, everyone, the different ecosystems, follow. And of course, to integrate IT and OT and have something like this approach of the integrated protection. For that, with the real-time operations center or integrated security operations center. I'm leaving this for the end because it's very important. Sorry. Well, the security, the EPC life cycle. The engineering, procurement, and construction life cycle, that basically is the industrial infrastructure life cycle, it's paramount to protect your organization. And the thing is that you need to inject cybersecurity in each of the steps of the EPC life cycle. And you will have some of the infrastructures at the very end of this. Maybe they are running for 10 years. So you will have it here. And you need to do different things. But you are building probably new plants, and some of them are here in the initial specification phase, some of them are in the front engineering phase, some of them probably are already doing the FAT, the factory acceptance testing. So you need to do different activities to inject cybersecurity. And I will leave the floor for this to Ayman to explain this in 10 minutes. And this is the way that we will finish the workshop. But I will finish with basic things. I will skip this about the need of an independent trusted advisor, because I will cover this tomorrow in my presentation. So basically, what can we do tomorrow morning or this afternoon? First, establish an industrial cybersecurity work group or committee. This is around, remember, the collaboration, coordination, and commitment. Tomorrow, if you don't have it yet, please have a tea or coffee with the other colleagues. If you are from OT, look for someone from OT, someone from cyber, and have an informal tea. And talk about, yesterday I was listening to a Spanish guy shouting and shouting, and telling about cybersecurity and collaboration, maybe we should establish something like a work group and meet in a weekly or monthly basis. So that's the beginning, right? Including the relevant stakeholders, cybersecurity, safety, as much as you can. You have to shift your cyber thinking from compliance, remember, avoid compliant lie, to protection, okay? And for the protection thing, assume that you are already compromised. And make cyber a priority as safety is in your organization. That's paramount and very important. And again, remember that the balance between prevention, detection, and response, let's try to move this at least here and something here, okay? Okay, tomorrow night, we already did this, fine. So what we have to do during the next months? Most probably, if you haven't done yet, try to engage an external and independent assessment. Because first thing is to know the reality about how you are from the cybersecurity perspective. I'm sure that you probably have done this, but it's needed. You will need probably to enable an independent role, enable an independent trusted advisor role. Because as you advance in this collaboration schema, you will realize that the different stakeholders have completely different objectives, sometimes completely opposite objectives. And I will talk about this tomorrow, talking about the role of the industrial organizations, the engineering, procurement, and construction companies, the EPCs, and system integrators, and the industrial vendors, that are different stakeholders that you have around you with completely different objectives, completely different. Don't think that we are all aligned in the same page. That's not the case usually. And of course, build the foundations for an industrial cybersecurity governance model. Okay? And this is not about a big consultancy project that takes 1 year and blah, 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 blah. This can start after one of these meetings with the work group, drawing in a white paper something about, I think that taking into consideration our organization, I think that this should be ruled or managed by a committee, integrated by this and this. Not always you need to have very fancy PowerPoint slides. Sometimes things start with simple things. Then you probably can advance and develop the full governance model, right? And of course, start injecting the cybersecurity in the EPC lifecycle of all of your projects. And I will leave this for right now. Okay, 6 months time, 9 months time. Then what do we need to do? If we have already done this, of course, we implement a real and strong industrial cybersecurity transformation program. And again, look for the full visibility of your industrial infrastructure. I'm putting this, the last one, because this takes time. If you already have even the solutions, the technology, and the people, this takes time. It's not easy. So yes, you should start tomorrow, or this afternoon, or tonight, but it will take a lot of time, right? So basically, I will finalize this part, and I will pass the floor to Ayman. Please, remember some things. First, collaboration, coordination, and commitment. When? Right after this workshop, in the coffee or with the tea, right? Second, assumption. For you, my advice, as Samuel Linares, the guy from the north of Spain, assume that you are already compromised and act consequently. All of this will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for the journey, okay, into what we need to do today, tomorrow, within the coming few months, and during let's say the year or the next coming year. So all of this is very important. However, we do have control systems that we develop today. We do have control systems. How long does it take us to develop a new complex? Who can guess? 6 months, 1 year. It takes between 5 to 10 years. And this is the life cycle for building a new control system. It starts from here and it ends over there. This might take 10 years. I worked in infrastructures where we started in 2005. The complex is going in production this year. Instead of in 10 years, it's taking 12 years. So normally, what do you do is that you start with conceptual design and you define the initial specifications. What everyone's going to tell you, don't worry. When we finish the system, okay, we will put security. You will never be able to put security. If the system is ready, okay, how can you put security if security needs performance requirements and you already purchased a system that does not have the performance that is needed for security? So you need to define cybersecurity requirements, industrial cybersecurity requirements, and policies and everything. But guess here what's policies? Let me give you a quick example. I went to one of the companies. They told me that they already engaged, they engaged a consultant, okay, and the consultant advised them that you have your control systems and you are going to have control system from Honeywell or Yokogawa and fire and gas system from Schneider. And the number of systems that they have, the vendors, they're around 15. So he said the best way is that we go to the 15 companies, we tell them, give us the best security controls that you have and let us implement it. Don't you think that this is a good idea? Every automation vendor can, today, they have very good security controls. Let's go to them. And for everyone, I'll tell him, give me the best that you have. And the vendors came, and they provided them with the best. 2 years project it was. The first day I catch this. I said, do you know where is the right place for this study? I said, do you know where? It's in the bin. Do you know why? Because those guys did not think about how many solutions they are going to have. They ended up with 5-10 antivirus solutions, which means 5-10 server infrastructures for those solutions. They ended up, okay, how many security engineers are you going to need for running this security? We estimated that they need around 100 to 150. Do you believe that if you go tomorrow to your management and tell them I need 100 or I need 20, 30 security engineers to secure this infrastructure, do you think that they will accept? When we design security, we have to make it simple. Don't jump into having in industrial area multiple antiviruses because you are going to end up with a huge footprint of systems, servers to support this. You need the engineers, multiple engineers, because you cannot have one engineer to understand all of these security systems. You need to train them continuously during the long lifetime. You need to have air conditioning, HVAC requirements for those huge systems that you included. You need to have support contract for them. Don't complicate cybersecurity. This is not the right way. We just gave them few papers telling them that you need this number of security engineers. Is this acceptable? You need this huge footprint of servers. Is this acceptable? You need this long time support for this. That's not the way to address security. Unfortunately, okay, when companies just come to provide solutions, that's not the right way. So you have to build your own policy, and your own policy might say that I need this only cybersecurity vendor in the industrial area. Single. How do you decide? You need to look at all the automation vendors that you have, and you need to check with them who's the cybersecurity vendors that they certify. And then you collect all of this information and look at the common one. Tell them this is the one that I want. And then try to collect as much information, systems, security solutions from the same vendor. Reduce the footprint of cybersecurity. You cannot go into complex cybersecurity within industrial infrastructure because it's going to cost you a lot to operate it, manage it, and administer it. Second phase normally, or the third phase after initial specification, comes the front-end engineering design. How many of you are from automation? They understand the life cycle of automation system development. Anyway, this is the life cycle, okay? During front-end engineering design, and I'm not going, but you define, okay, what's the designs of the systems, everything. Here, from cybersecurity perspective, you should define the cybersecurity architecture and network design. You should not pass this, because if you define things after this, if you say that, no, I need to segregate those networks in this way or the other way, it will not be possible, because those automation guys have already decided how they are going to segregate everything and how they are going to connect systems. Comes after that, procurement. There is something, remember it, maybe write it on the paper, called hardware freeze and software freeze. In the project life cycle, you need to decide, this is the hardware that I need at this stage, and this is the software. And here at this stage, we need to define what cybersecurity, hardware and software do we need. After you pass the hardware and software freeze phases, anything you request from the automation vendors or for those who develop your system, it will be a change order. And they are going to milk you, okay, after this. Because change order is the way for automation vendors and for all of these to get money from you. Remember, if you deal with automation or engineering guys, ask them, okay, put a rule, put a policy that says that you should not reach to the hardware, software freeze phase without revising or security requirements that are needed for the system. Define it. Then you can go into procurement. And after that, normally they bring the system into, the vendors bring the system into their location, in one of their locations. And they do something called factory acceptance testing to test how it works. During FAT, you have to have cyber FAT, test cyber security controls that you already defined during the factory acceptance testing. Then they bring the multiple systems and they connect it with each other. They do something called integrated FAT, integrated factor acceptance systems. How they test how the systems are going to work with each other. And here, let me pinpoint that many of the what we call cybersecurity guys that they work, and I know little people in the world who have gone into engagement in this work. Honestly, they are less than 5 to 10 who has done this work. Okay, besides to the team that we have. Okay, we have been engaged into this work from a long time. During the integrated FAT, you need to test cybersecurity controls that you implemented, effectiveness of these controls. But you need to do one more thing that no one is doing. Who guess what? You need to check whether those cybersecurity controls are going to affect the operation of the system or the safety of the system. I will look from the other perspective. Could this cybersecurity control affect the operation of the system? Could it affect the safety of the environment? And in case I find out that it, yes, will affect, then you need to look at a compensation technique. We need to have security in those infrastructures, but these are very operational based. You need to test very well whether cybersecurity is going to affect the operation. And normally this should be done during the IFAT. Then you move the systems into the site where you should have the system, your area. At that area, normally you do site acceptance testing. Okay? And on the site acceptance testing, you need to test, okay, whether the cybersecurity controls are going to work during that time or not. Now remember that when you hand over the systems, you should focus at training, education, and all those capabilities. Then you need to move into having a SOC, or you need to enable monitoring within your environment, and you need to remember that security is not a project that you do today, it's something that is continuous. Unfortunately, okay, do you have time that I go into the details for another 10 minutes, or shall we stop? Shall we continue? We were planning for 2 hours to do something that we do normally in 6 hours in one day. Too much. We explain a lot. We go into designs. We go into, even sometimes we divide the attendees into groups where they come, some of them from manufacturing, chemical, power generation, transmission, distribution, and we ask everyone to start designing cybersecurity controls for his area. Then we examine where are the good things and where are the areas that can have improvement. That's interesting, but unfortunately we did not have the time over here. I suggested that we have separate day for the workshop, but they told me if you do the workshop, there is risk. Okay, that in the next day maybe people will not come. Okay, because we talk about deep in design. Okay, for those systems. Now let me in brief. I'll try in 15 minutes to cover this, or 10 minutes. During the first 2 phases that I talked about, you need to check all those security controls. Like all those requirements, you need to test them. Do I need here network segmentation? Do I need software integrity to check the information integrity? Do we need log collection from these? You need to check all of this. This is too much security. But at the beginning, I will start with too much. Then I will start testing, and I will start to reach into the level of security that is acceptable and at the same time does not harm the operation. On the second stage, we should come out with, we should come out with network infrastructure that we have, okay? And you should not pass this stage without having an infrastructure that you agree with the vendors, with everyone, that this is going to be our infrastructure. During the next stage, which comes the front-end engineering design, we do something that we test whether these controls that we have recommended are good enough. We evaluate them, okay, and we check whether they are harmful to the systems or not. And in case we see that this is not possible to be implemented, or it could be harmful, or it could affect the operation, we think about alternative techniques. Till we come out with something that's acceptable, and then we proceed. This is something that we repeat, okay, during the design of security for control systems. Then comes the procurement part. And in the procurement, remember that you have system integrators, EPCs. You know who's EPCs? Engineering, procurement, construction companies, okay? And those companies you need to deal with, and there are third-party vendors that you need to deal with, and now there's cybersecurity vendors that you need to deal with, and there are also, who knows what's MAC? I'm sorry, but in our company, we were the first company in the world to use something called MAC. This is more than 10 years back. Main automation contractor. We said that we are going to have 3 smart oil fields. This is before when I was with the oil companies. We said we are going to have 3 smart oil fields. And we are going to have lots of control systems. How are we going to build them together and integrate them? We decided to select one main automation contractor, and we said that we will let this automation contractor, the one who wins the project, for example, those automation contractor could be Honeywell, Yokogawa, Emerson, Schneider, one of the companies who will take the control system. Now, we said this company should also coordinate with the other vendors to install the systems, and they will be responsible about the full installation. They are the main automation contractor, and we will sign with them 20 years contract agreement, and guess what? We included cybersecurity, that they are responsible for 20 years about the upgrades for the cybersecurity systems in the plants. Cybersecurity, don't leave it alone. It's part of the plant today. And it should be under the main automation contractor responsibility. Because you are going to have a really so bad situation if you think that you are in the future going to take care of upgrading the security components or these things. It's not possible. You need to include this in the contract, in the support contract itself. Then comes the factory acceptance testing, where you do multiple tests, okay, on the systems to ensure that those systems or cybersecurity controls are working as we designed them. And as I promised, I'm not going to take more than 10 minutes. During the FAT and SAT, you need to do verification kind of testing, and also to make sure that that all the controls are working properly and all the security measures are taken care of, okay? And whatever I could not achieve by a control, I will look at a process that I will introduce that will help me to secure the environment and educate the people at the same time. As I said, that during this phase, we will move into including cybersecurity training for all the platform people, for all those who work in the industry. We will include cybersecurity training and education and awareness and all of these before they start, so that they participate. And honestly, I have seen huge value after you talk to the control system guys. Those guys, they really are very careful. They know that they are working in industrial areas, and they want to take care of this. But they don't know what's harmful. He doesn't know. Quick, only for 2 minutes. Once I was called by a chopper to go to one of the fields to check what's happening. And I found out that there is a virus spread. And the virus spread was in fire and gas, emergency shutdown, and in one of the control systems. Why? Okay. Because and after 2-3 days analysis, we found out that one of the guys brought his mobile to charge it on the fire and gas system. So this was the first mistake, and he infected the machine. Then after a month or two, the control system engineer came to take backup from the system. So he took backup from the fire and gas, then he moved to take backup from the emergency shutdown, and then he moved to take backup from the control system, and he moved the infection by the processed infection now, it came. So don't we need to review how we do take backup, how, for example, we educate people so that they know that it's harmful to put your mobile to charge it even, into the control system. Do you know how much now it costs to fix a blocker? It's a small device that you put in the USB, it will block the USB, and he will not be able to put anything. Maybe 5 dirhams or 5 riyals for each one. If I cannot guarantee that people are not going to abide, I will block all those ports. Next is having a security operations center. And when we talk about security operations center, don't tell me that I have a SIM solution and that's a SOC. No. Because when you talk about SOC, you need to say that I have a first line analysis team, a second line analysis team, forensic capabilities, incident response, okay, threat intelligence, threat detection capabilities, okay, all of these, predictive intelligence, real-time monitoring, okay, vulnerability assessment. If you have all those components, we can claim that we have a security operations center. Otherwise, no, okay? We live in those critical infrastructures, and we understand that today there are huge cyber threats against all those critical infrastructures. Every one of us is having a responsibility to improve the protection of those critical infrastructures. We need to design those control systems with cyber security from the first day, not the last day, okay? And we need very much, okay, to understand and to have a strategy into how we are going to implement this cybersecurity, or to have improvement into cybersecurity within our systems. Tomorrow we are going to talk about, Samuel is going to talk to you about EPCs, and he will tell you a good story. And I'm going also to talk about protecting critical infrastructures. Forgive us that we did not have enough time, but we have to close this because I'm sure that you want to go home. If you have any questions, we are ready to answer. Any questions? Yes, please. Very good question. Very good question. Right. Existing control systems, we start by doing a risk assessment. Okay, we assess the systems, and honestly, the first things that we need to do is to build up a proper plan for backup. What I mean by backup plan, it's not that we take backup. No. How do you take backup? Do you take backup for the databases when you do any changes? You need to start by enforcing change management process, configuration management process, backup plan, okay, plan, I'm not taking, because everyone tells me that they take backup and we discover that they, okay, very good backup. Or they take backup and they don't test how they are going to restore. Yes, and when we, for example, need to, if it fails, we discover that no, we should have take from different systems along with this one, okay, and we need to restore all in order for the whole proper. Then we need to move. Today, everyone comes to you and tells you, industrial firewalls, segregate your, by installing firewalls, things to protect those that were systems when there is integration with the business or with other areas. Protect those boundaries. However, today we need to have threat detection. There are solutions in the market. There are solutions that we can use. Threat detection, and I was going to provide a demo for that, but unfortunately I could not connect my laptop. This was not the workshop. I was going to show you a demo of how we implemented industrial, they are sensors in multiple areas in a plant, and within first day, okay, how we detected lots of threats within where there are viruses, because we connect those to the core switches. It's not difficult. It's easy. Then we started listening to what's happening in the network, and we found out communications that should not happen. You will discover lots of things. So you need to focus at threat detection at the beginning. Vision, knowing what's happening. Then go into the complication. I understand antivirus implementation in an industrial area will take you a long time. So before this, start with detection. You need to go step by step if you have an existing plan. It is not easy, but we should define the priorities. First things first, as Samuel says. This is the problem. I find out in many areas that the company has got engaged into a huge project in implementing industrial firewalls or some solutions that are taking so long. And when I ask them, do you know what assets do you have? Do you have asset management system? No. Okay, still, but no, you know the firewall is very important. I know it's very important. Okay. But if you don't know your assets, you are not going to know what to protect. I hope that I answered the question. We go into long process, into understanding, but honestly, why I say that we do not need to go for the automation vendor or for the security vendors to resolve the issue. You need to bring someone who's not going to benefit out of anything. Because the issue is not in solutions, okay? The issue is that you need to define what's and what you need to do. Just raise your voice and I'll hear you. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
As much as I like the idea of the factory acceptance test for cybersecurity, I just have a little question there, because I've seen now many FATs, what we've done in industrial projects, and always there is the rush and the pressures from the project, and also then comes the hurry that always the design continues after the FAT. So FAT is only one checking point, and when the equipment is already shipped to the site, the software and basically your system is still being developed as it goes to the site. So what would be my arguments to owners and plant management to convince them to sacrifice time for security and cybersecurity FAT, because you are now going to change the system, so and you need to retest it then at the site again. So what would be the good selling point?
Wow, I think you asked very, very, very good question. Thank you for this question, because we are facing this situation today. This week I'm facing this situation. The vendor is saying, we have 5 days, okay, for the factory acceptance testing. I told them 5 days is not enough for me to do cybersecurity testing. Do you want me to cheat you and just give? Until today, I said, we are going to drop this. We are not going, as Booz Allen Hamilton, we are not going to issue, okay, any document that says that we have done the test. We need much more time. I think in this situation, we are in the same problem now, okay? We need to be rigid. We need to be very clear. And I advise you that you need to consider more time for something. What's the difference on the attacker? The attacker is sitting, give him more time, okay? Give him more time, and he will reach to your network, right? The more time you give anyone, the more he will be able to provide you with information. Now, we don't want to say that testing a control system, but give us some time. Give us 2 weeks. For example, 3 weeks, okay, because we need to plan for. Do you have any other idea somewhere?
And trying to answer in basically to your management, cybersecurity testing at FAT, if I can do it at SAT, at the site acceptance testing, and even doing it in the factory acceptance testing, the system will change still. The answer to your management should be that because it will cost you less money. As easy as that. Why? Because, as you know, depends on the infrastructure. Between the factory acceptance testing and the integrated factory acceptance testing, maybe it can pass 6 months to 1 year. Between the factory acceptance testing and the site acceptance testing can pass 2 to 3 years, right? So, if you find some things here 3 years ago, 3 years back, you have still time to adapt and to change and to include these recommendations and solutions and practices during this life cycle. If you wait until the end, that basically is the time that you are, if you are talking about the offshore platform, in the offshore platform doing the testing, the cost of the changes that you will need to do at that time will be much more higher. And for sure, they will have something like the capital word that everybody hates in this project, that is a delay in the project. So if you wait until the end, yes, you can do it. You will have some results. You will need to solve it. It will cost you much more money and a delay to the project. Something that the management never wants to listen.
Time is very important. Exactly, like this is the first
Time
time that we do a workshop after lunch, and this is the last time that we do a workshop after lunch.
We always say that, but we always have the workshop after lunch. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, but not, this is the last time, no more. Okay, forgive me for by every one of you is valuable to us, every one of you, okay? Really, even one, if he was here, he's valuable to us, okay? But we are talking about practical knowledge from field, from working in industrial fields for 17 to 20 years, okay, in the industrial areas. So we want to transfer this knowledge to the people, and we are doing it not for
By the
money.
we are like the lady, we are about 30, yeah? No more than that years.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Any more questions?
Yeah, here's one. First of all, thank you, Ayman and Samuel, for what they call it's a presentation rather than a workshop. So, however, it was very informative. Now, I'm referring back to Ayman's question that the real life scenarios today and manufacturing existing and built without security in mind. And what I want to hear from you, since you have been here for time, you have mentioned that start risk assessment, right? You start. However, from you, what are obvious and controls and the plants or the industrial control systems that it is simple, it's quick fix. If people pay attention to them, start working on them immediately, there will be an improvement in security while doing the lengthy work that until we're having the transformational program to establish the overall security practice. So from your experience, what are those quick things that, as based on your experience, that it is common between industrial control systems that lacking big gaps in security, and we need to start on them immediately, that because it will have a major impact?
I think you have mentioned the golden word, okay? Transformational program. Cybersecurity, number one, is cannot be implemented in one day. So you need to have a formal transformation, cybersecurity transformation program. Okay, don't believe anyone who tells you that you can improve the situation in 1 year or 2 years. I will leave also, I'll ask Samuel to answer, but unfortunately, we could not connect our laptops, but we wanted to show you, okay, how you can implement a solution that will enable you to look. It will show you all the assets in the platform, okay, in level 1, level 2, level 3, okay. After that, what you do is you define, like this is, it's a sensor that collects from the core switches, okay. After that, you start distributing the system into which ones are level 1, which ones are level 2, 3, 4, okay. Then you start defining for, because it will listen to the traffic, it will show you a huge number of logs that we detect communication traffic between this machine to this machine using this port. If you know that this is the right traffic, allow it. Now you whitelist all the traffic. For example, you whitelist the traffic between the systems. Then you start monitoring after that. If you detect a new protocol traffic that is not within that area, the system will give you alert. This is not security system, monitoring, okay? That system, you can configure it, okay, to tell you if there is communication, for example, between layer 1 and layer 3. That should not happen, right? If there is communication, it will give you alert. If there is a traffic that is malfunction traffic, it will give you alert. And the system, what we were going to present is a huge number, okay, of tests that you can set later on. For example, you can whitelist what's the communication, that there is communication between this system and only one on this second system. Later on, if you detect, another communication is detected from this system with other system, it will give you alert. All of this is not security. This is just anomaly detection system within the industrial area. I did not see people implementing solutions like this, little people. So at the beginning, I will say focus at detection. What Samuel was talking about is that we waste a huge amount of money in prevention, a huge amount of efforts in prevention, a huge amount of time in prevention. And we don't think about detection. But detection actually is the key to tell us what to protect, how to protect. Then you don't imagine, you can know, for example, set rules that for attacks like what happened in Ukraine, that if you see that more than 3, 4 substations, circuit breakers are open within 1 minute, then give me alert, okay? Of course, at the end, maybe you cannot, this is not the only solution that you are going to implement, but it is one of the systems that can tell you later what happened. The guys in Ukraine did not understand for 2, 3 days what happened, because they don't have anything that different system that shows them what was happening in the network. I think, Samuel, maybe you have some
I will finish because they are telling us that basically
5 minutes?
5 minutes. So something like quick wins, right? I think that there is one, I'm not sure that is quick, but it's a win for sure. That is knowing yourself. That's the first thing. For that, you have to know what you need to protect. And you probably have, hopefully, an asset inventory, but you need to know what systems are critical, really critical. So you have to have categorized or characterized the systems based on the criticality, and including, because I'm sure that you have a risk register, and from the safety perspective, you have these different risk management areas, and all of the systems have been characterized or categorized against these risk management areas. Do the same exercise. Block 1 day, do a workshop with your control system engineers, with your IT colleagues and the cybersecurity guys, one day, no more than that, buy something like 5 kilograms of dates, some liters of tea, and try to talk about this, because they know the systems very well. They know how an incident from the safety perspective can affect the systems. And with your help and your colleagues' help, you can understand how a cybersecurity incident or attack can affect the systems. So one day, it's easy thing, you can schedule for next week, and you will be, because we have done this, you will be surprised of the outcomes of 8 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours in a relaxed. It's very important how to communicate this thing about the workshop. That people at the beginning will be in that defensive mode, but it's very important that all of them, including you, feel that you are something like brainstorming, trying to, you know that has happened some things in the nation, and I think that we can help them and ourselves, so let's try to write something in the whiteboard and to do something. 8 hours, maybe 4, 5 people. If you are 20, it doesn't work, I'm sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6 at most. Talk about the systems, about the criticality of the systems, compare the safety with the cyber, and with that session, you will realize that you have brought in your people from the engineering, from the industrial control systems, and from the safety. And from this seed that you have planted, in 2 weeks' time, you will have another meeting, promised.
And this story is going to continue for a long time, but start with, and the people, those that Samuel's talking about, are IT, OT, control system engineers. Maybe you have instrumentation engineer. If there's fire and gas guys, emergency shutdown systems, control systems, the guys who are in the control, try to pick those that are responsible about some areas, bring them, ask them what's the criticality of this system and what's the effects of a failure, and then, okay, you will understand what are the critical systems, and you start building up into how to secure them.
2 minutes.
So
1.5.
So
if it's difficult, ask it to someone.
Okay, so you said now.
No, you're going to speak Arabic, no problem.
And when we want to start, is there any methodology and framework we should be structured, or we start from a step to another? Define the word start, from where we begin and which reference we should be learning from in order to have it pretty much secured and well structured. We don't want to just to say, okay, we will start with that area, but without any proper references or methodology. So what exactly your experience here, and what is the first and most important obstacle that you have seen when you implemented such security into the industry?
Because it's 1.5 minutes, I'll leave it to Samuel.
That's
he will. He's the master of methodologies. Okay.
Easy answer. The main reference standard for this, I'm not saying that is the answer, but is the main reference standard, is ISA 99. So IEC 62443 is the standard is more focused on the industrial side, right? And this is what we have. What are the challenges or the obstacles that you will find that you don't have something like a common reference standard? You will realize that ISA 99 is not enough. So the reality is that you will need to build your own standard. It looks like complex, but it's exactly what I think you were mentioning today in the presentation. Basically, you need to look at what you have. I have the IEC 62443. I have ISO 27001. I have the next SP 800 standards. This for risk management. This for even for the federal information systems. How a federal information system can apply to my industrial control system? It can apply, for sure. So at the end, you have to build, because unfortunately, we don't have something like a comprehensive industrial cybersecurity standard. The most comprehensive and general one is ISO 99. This one, ICC, yes? Or framework. We don't have it.
We have
So, well, we have it, but it's not public level.
But it's not
so
public.
As an industry, we don't have it.
And unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
We have this framework we have the framework, the methodology, we redefine the standard based on the environment. So sometimes we go to an environment, we find out that this you need to combine electrically related standards to this area. When you go to nuclear, because we work on nuclear as well, we have 60 industrial cybersecurity experts in nuclear, that it is different standards, different regulations, different way in working. But let me add one, I'll steal one more minute, okay?
Have.
Before you do anything in cyber, when you do a risk assessment, the first thing that you need to start with, which I did not see anyone doing, is that you need to build a map of the operation for the plant itself. That's why they ask us, you are expensive. Yes, we are expensive, okay? Because we do it the right way. So what I mean by this is that you need to, for example, if it's an oil and gas company, you need to say that we start by gas injection or water injection. So there is gas injection platform, water injection platform. Then you send it to the water. We are talking about production here, okay? Because here there are control systems, and here there are control systems, gas injection and water injection. Then you send it to the collection separation platform. And over there are control systems. I am building the map of operation. I'll tell you why. Then I will say that here in the collection separation, I need steam because I have, or in gas injection, I need steam because I have turbines over there that work on steam, and so I need steam production system. So I will say that then, okay, the gas injection is dependent on steam production. And in steam production, there is control system as well, everything. So we start by building map into the operation and the dependencies. Then we build up, we understand what control systems in each area, and then we come out with the operational people to what are the most critical areas in the plant where if they fail, there will be huge failure. And we start building all of this. Now companies don't do cybersecurity. They come, they check your Windows machine, and this is not the right way. You need to build operation map, you need to build dependency map, you need to define, okay, what are the effects of failure in a in a control system in one of the areas, okay, and what's the effect of this on the whole operation of our complex or our plant. This is necessary to start with so that I know, okay, which areas need to be secured first and which areas are interconnected with internet or with business or whatever, so that I focus on where the priorities should be. So you got my question. It's not only cybersecurity. It's not IT. It should be based. The base should be operation. I'm sorry. I know that don't like to stay this long. Okay. We would like to take more questions, but we will be available in the morning. And unfortunately, we'll have to move to the airport at 12 o'clock, both of us. Okay, or 1 o'clock. So we will be available tomorrow till 1 o'clock. If you have any question, we are happy to answer you. And forgive us that we did not cover more than 50% of the workshop. Okay.
The good thing and the bad thing is that with the same slides, you can take us here speaking 2 minutes or 2 weeks.
And normally, normally I hate to stand over here. I like to be on the ground, and I like to have a board where we draw diagrams and we draw things and we explain. Okay, and we take input from you that we have this control system, okay, and we start designing it, and we talk about how to secure it in a proper way. So thank you very much. Thank you for every one of you. For us is valuable, and every one of you is a key to protecting industrial control system. You are the solution. You are the core part of the solution, and really we want you to be. Thank you very much. Thank you. He's my brother.
نشكر المهندس أيمن العيسى وكذلك المهندس صمويل نينارز من شركة بوز ألين هاملتون. ونود التذكير بأن يوم غد سيشهد ثاني أيام المؤتمر، وسيشهد 3 جلسات تبدأ في تمام الساعة 8 صباحا. حتى ذلك الحين نتمنى لكم طيب الإقامة ودمتم في رعاية الله.
just quickly. الله يعافيك الله يسلمك. By the way, I was